Delivering consistent, reliable returns year after year. Whether you're protecting your nest egg or setting up your next play, they're here to back you. To learn more about investing with FMT, visit fmt.co.nz. Past performance isn't a reliable indicator of future performance. First Mortgage Managers Limited is the issuer. For the PDSs, visit fmt.co.nz.
Should all appliances leave the health, we'll tell you where to go. To the local shop with local deals to our own Magneston Road. To Magneston Road, that's where you should go.
Happy New Year from Magnus Benroe.
100%.
When it comes to summer sport in New Zealand, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrightson Turf. For over 40 years, they've been in the industry, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From cricket fields to golf courses, through to revegetation and erosion control. Their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markers. So, for your summer turf requirements, talk to New Zealand's experts. Visit pggwrightsonturf.co.nz today.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Kahlua or Malibu 1 litre hot 2 for $80. Little number 12-pack cans range $26.99. Crimson Badger 10-pack cans or Dark and Grizzly 8-pack cans $31.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
When has cheap ever worked out for you? Did you even get a season out of those cheap work boots? Can you actually cut anything with that cheap saw? Can you see the game at all from those cheap seats? Cheap seed is no different. As tempting as it might be in these tough times, choosing inferior pasture just to save a little could end up costing a lot more in the long run. Cheaper isn't better. Pick a proven performer. Barrenbrook. Better pasture together.
Thanks to Suzuki. Catch it! Hot deals on Suzuki wheels. And trade staff use our workers to get the job done.
You're listening to live coverage of international T20 cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps versus Sri Lanka.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation. Great to have you company. Our coverage with Trade Staff, New Zealand's flexible workforce. Right, news from the middle. Delayed start in Nelson. If you're just tuning into our coverage, wondering where the first ball is, delayed by half an hour, due to start at 1:45. The toss just taking place. So the news from the middle is New Zealand has won the toss and has elected to bowl. So no surprise there as John Bracewell alongside me into that being undercover a fair bit of rain about. It was interesting to hear Matt Henry speak to the host broadcaster and delighted with the state of the ground considering how much rain we had in the morning in Nelson. So the wet outfield is the reason for the delayed start. But the rain is holding off right now, even though we've got quite low cloud about. So great news is we will have commentary of the third T20. Thanks to Mighty Ape, swing across to Mighty Mobile in a short period of time. Right, news of the teams also coming through. Tim Robinson, Rachin Ravindra, Mark Chapman, Glenn Phillips, Daryl Mitchell, Mitch Hay, Michael Bracewell, Mitchell Santner, Zach Foulkes, Matt Henry, Jacob Duffy.
This side for a long time now, just to have the head coaching role. I think it's a change of mindset, but it's reward, I think, for the effort that he puts in, and quite often that's reward that people don't see.
Well, I think we've built so much depth in player leadership, and now we're building depth in coaching leadership. And Bon, you would have been a part of a lot of coaching units where, you know, they're given the responsibility to lead a team. You're probably in the future, you're looking more to split coaches around the world because it's just such a full itinerary, and it's a great opportunity.
Some interesting ones too. Let's give you their full lineup right now. It will be Nissanka to open alongside Kusal Mendis, who again wicket keep. Hopefully his back holds up. He had a few issues in game number one. Kusal Perera listed at number 3. Avishka Fernando listed at number 4. He came in a little bit lower in game 2. He sat out game number 1. Charith Asalanka is the skipper. But the changes then start with Rajapaksa coming in. Bhanuka Rajapaksa comes into the lineup, bolstering the batting, the right-hander there. Wanindu Hasaranga still there, the spinning all-rounder. They've also bolstered the batting further with giving the nod to Chamidu Wickramasinghe. Don't worry, John Wright, he doesn't bowl as fast as Wickramasinghe did back in the day. If you're listening, I'm sure he is. But he's probably known more as a batting all-rounder. Yeah, he can bowl a little, but it's predominantly with the bat for what he's likely to contribute. And batting at number 8. That's quite interesting, isn't it, John? I'll get your thoughts in a moment. I'll just read out the other 3 names. Theekshana remains in the lineup. So does the elegant left-arm quick, as we've talked about him, Binura Fernando, and Nuwan Thushara holds his place. So that will see Pathirana drop out. He's out of the lineup altogether. And Kamindu Mendis, who's been so brilliant in Test match cricket in 2024, he will drop out. So what do you make of those changes? Sort of a bob each way, isn't it? It's like they've obviously lost their way with the bat on a couple of occasions in the series.
Yeah, you just get the feeling that they've had a little bit of a chat about the collapses and the control in the latter overs that they've lacked. But you're right. We probably haven't got enough information and data to say what is right or wrong. They know their players and they know what they've got to adjust. So we'll wait and see. I mean, it's like the New Zealand side, really. Having a bowl in the series, I really like that, starting up front and seeing what our seamers can do, see if they can do some damage. I see Daryl Mitchell having a warm-up as well, but that doesn't really tell you anything because he grabs the ball and it's just part of what he does. In the hope of getting a bowl.
Yeah, so Wickramasinghe, so, robbing Peter to pay Paul somewhat here, with the specialist bowler dropping out in the form of Pathirana. Wickramasinghe has only played 2 T20 internationals, has 1 wicket, and has only faced 5 balls with the bat. So it's not a significant sample for you and I to make a judgment right now, but you are providing expert comments with class, thinking farm equipment, choose class, built to perform. Go on, make a judgment based on, about 41 balls in international cricket. He's bowled or faced.
That is the problem. But, I mean, these people play a lot of T20 cricket. I mean, Sri Lanka have their own international domestic franchise T20 competition, so they get a lot of this sort of cricket in their game. So, they'll have a lot more data than we have. We have more of an interest to see how a new player or a fresh face for us comes onto our scene. I mean, Sri Lanka come here a lot anyway. Yeah. And over the years, we've got to know the Mendises and people like that, and we know the talent that they have and their capabilities. Having said that, we don't get a lot of the franchise T20s through our system, so we don't really get to know who are the guys coming through in their development program.
One thing I do know over a far larger sample is Sri Lanka are really struggling in New Zealand. I think you've got to go back to the last game of 2015 since they last won a game in New Zealand. Ironically, that was in Nelson, so I don't know if that's a good sign for them. But in 19 games across T20 cricket, one-day international cricket and test matches, so from the start of 2016, they've played 19 times in New Zealand, yet to win. That's got to be sitting in their brain somewhere.
Yeah, and probably Nelson would be, from my memory going back, and we haven't got that much data on I think 160 odd is the sort of...
Yes, tends to be.
Yeah, around about that as a chasing score. It is a little lower, the bounce, than any other of our international services, and Sri Lanka have generally struggled with the bounce more than anything else, and that includes spin, and we've seen that with Santner, bowling wide and getting bounce and them getting it high up on the bat and things like that. So that seems to be the thing. And so if the ball is lower, then they seem to be better suited to performing on those sorts of services. But, sideways movement and seam and a little bit of swing from Foulkes, Duffy and Henry, who's our premier bowler at the moment, and has stepped into seamlessly over the last 2 years into that premiership spot as our new ball bowler in all three formats is a guy that I continue to be impressed with. His development, but his maturity, his growth and his bowling intelligence.
Some comments from the New Zealand captain Mitchell. Santner at the toss. Speaking with TVNZ, he says, with the weather around and under covers for a bit, we'll see if there's something in there for the bowlers. We've been building into some white ball cricket now. With those games in the next few years, another opportunity to do that. The ground staff have done a great job to get it ready. Looks a good wicket, but we need to be accurate. Also, just briefly, same team, etc., which we've already touched on, but we're giving the young guys an opportunity. We've shown good performances. Why change it?
Yeah, I heard him say that, and that's fair enough. I mean, he's a new captain, being given the white ball. If he has a say in the selection, and I assume that Gary Stead and them would have all sat down and sort of planned out the three games as it was anyway. Because they do that now because of loadings and the cricket ahead of them and the cricket that they've had, etc., etc. So there's an injury prevention as well as a discovery, but also what takes precedent is winning.
Whilst on the other side of this equation, Charith Asalanka, he just wants his side to do the basics. He says, we played good cricket, but we couldn't finish games. That's the conversation. We just want match winners to win games for us.
Yeah, and that's probably
hard to just, pluck a match winner out of nowhere, though.
No, that's probably why they've taken the gamble on taking a batter who can bowl later in the order. And that... Will that suit them batting first? I'm not quite sure. New Zealand obviously have taken into consideration the weather, as Mitchell Santner. If it's a shortened game, they want to be the side that's batting in that shortened, so they know what they've got to chase with the power that they possess.
Well, this series should be 1-1. This should be a decider. It's hard to fathom that 121 without loss in the 14th over, chasing, 173 to win the first game, that they somehow conspired to lose that. When someone makes 90 off 60, John, you've got to win 10 times out of 10. What happened was, they pulled out the international calling code, didn't they? 003 851 40. 7 extras. Call that number, Jamie. I don't know where we'll end up.
Yeah, you don't often see that side, that start on a losing side. I think the stats still are that if anybody gets over 75, the percentage of winning, is enormous. You're up into the high 80% of winning those games. So, in that particular situation, that percentage has dropped a little bit, obviously.
And of course, in the first two games, they relied on 5 bowlers in each. So, I guess the skipper's going to have to think about that a little bit more.
Yeah, and that will that'll depend on what they manipulate. They've given that opportunity to bowl last. So that'll give them a little bit better understanding of how they can manipulate their bowlers and fit them in, but it also applies some pressure to that with the defence mechanism as well, especially if you get any shortening of the match. It just adds another complication to it.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki. We're driving into a new year, Braces. Can I take a step back, more of a broad sort of look at the Black Caps, where they're at 2024. I'm not sure if middling's the right word, but that's kind of how I feel about it. Disappointing test series against England. The dropsies in the first test, not that anyone's actually talked about the 8 drop catches and 5 off Harrod Brock before. But how do you reflect on where the New Zealand side is across maybe all forms?
I think it hasn't changed for the last 2 years, to be honest. I think they've actually been up and down in their performances for over 2 years, maybe even 3, where they actually play really well and then they don't perform at all. So the consistency is not really there. That we had that expectation, but we also got to package that expectation up with the talent that we had. You see the decline of Neil Wagner in terms of his pace and his ability to be able to contribute in that 3-pronged attack, falling away. You see Treatbolt picking and choosing, through. And this is not a criticism at all Trent Bolt's decision or the way the world cricket's going, but you see that decline in those three, and you've also seen a decline in the consistency of performances.
Yeah, one was ushered out quite quickly. One was not.
Yeah, and I mean, so, you know, they have coloured it to a certain extent that what is actually happening over the last 2 or 3 years, whereas we are training a change of guard. And if you think about it, really, in an historical sense, to lose those players from the game, all three of those players. Now, normally New Zealand's decline is a lot sharper than that.
Well, how did New Zealand cope when Paddles and Chats and others wandered off into the sunset? We
went through a really difficult stage of New Zealand cricket. We had a wonderful 1992 World Cup where it was a bandwagon sort of a thing, but that sort of covered over the fact that a lot of players left at the same time, and it took actually New Zealand cricket a long time to actually re-emerge from a group.
Yeah, because we fell into 94 and 95, and they were fairly bleak sort of...
Yeah, Martin Crowe had to sort of try and nurture a group through into an emerging professional era as well. So there was that change of behaviours and expectation that came with the package. There became a more marketing package as well, where individuals were marketed. So there was a whole heap of stuff that New Zealand had to deal with. We took on our first CEO. So that whole professional package of New Zealand cricket went through a big transformation from amateur to professionalism. And the 90s was kind of stuck in there. And then it merged in 2000 into full professionalism. And we've seen an upward climb ever since, really, to be honest. Brendan McCullum and Kane Williamson leading this side through that 20-year period, and it's been quite productive for New Zealand.
Yeah, without question. Thoughts of John Bracewell providing expert comments with class. Think farm equipment, choose class built to perform. You are with Sport Nation, and the summer of cricket ahead of the third and final T20 international between New Zealand and Sri Lanka. From an overcast now, so the news is New Zealand has won the toss and will bowl first. Some rain around this morning has seen a delayed start, but you're not too far away if you're just tuning into our coverage. About 12 minutes to be exact. First ball will be bowled at 1:45. New Zealand has named an unchanged team, while Sri Lanka have made two changes, taking out Kamindu Mendis and Matheesha Pathirana. They drop out, and Chamidu Wickramasinghe comes in the batting all-rounder. And also Bhanuka Rajapaksa, a right-handed batsman, coming into the starting 11. So they're back quite deep. Not sure, having a batting all-rounder at number 8 is ideal, but they need to figure out a way to complete matches. They've certainly been in the hunt in the first two games in Mount Maunganui, but things falling away quite drastically for them, especially in the first game when they're in such a dominant position, 121 without loss, chasing that 170-odd. Somehow lost their way, and they just hit a brick wall, didn't they, in the run chase in the second game. It looked like it was going to be a tight finish, and then all of a sudden, 15 minutes later, you look up and New Zealand's won by 40-odd runs.
Well, to be honest, I think they slammed into the same wall twice.
They rebuilt it, put another row of bricks behind it.
Yeah.
And said, let's have another crack, braces.
Yeah, there's no steel in there. There's no reinforcing steel. We'll go through it, and they didn't. So they basically repeated the same mistakes. They had the game reasonably under control.
Yeah.
Jacob Duffy came in and took vital wickets, bang, bang, in both games, really. But Mitchell Santner controlled the pressure.
He's so savvy. He's so savvy.
Yeah, I can't emphasise the advancement of this guy more, and I'm so delighted for him to be able to advance that and those skill sets into the red ball game.
Well, he's always been a wonderful white ball bowler, and people's lack of wickets. Often when you open the lines and you talk cricket with our listeners, a lot of people's opinion of him was coloured by the red ball game, when he's always been such a wonderful exponent of white ball cricket.
Yeah, and Stephen Fleming has kept him in that the franchise, the Chennai franchise, for right since its inception, really. And they still talk about how clever he is and how hard he is and to play, and yet
That relaxed outward appearance looks can be deceiving.
Yeah, he's a smart operator. He understands that, but he just didn't have enough strings of experiences in New Zealand conditions under Test match cricket to be able to gain that. And it was always going to be a slow burner, as it is with most spinners in New Zealand. You've got to have played a lot of cricket up to the age of 28 to basically, before you actually feel as though you belong and you feel as though you're wanted. And then it takes a special captain to make you feel as though you're wanted as well, rather than a spare part who gets to play every so often. And they kind of looks as though with Tom Latham and to be fair with Tim Southey, they've backed him and they've given him that opportunity. He came through with those opportunities in India, and he advanced those for the first time in New Zealand as well with the man of the match performance, which was outstanding to see him, and also his batting coming through as well. To have somebody who can bat at 8, but potentially the knowledge that he can bat at 7 changes the whole dynamic of that New Zealand side. If he can nail that down and not lose his bowling skills and nail down that 7, then I think New Zealand is in a very healthy place to be able to advance some of our other bowlers like the Nathan Smiths and give them more opportunities and go back into that, that prong attack that New Zealand have been so effective over the years.
And when we spoke to him after the England Test in Hamilton, where he performed so well, as you've touched on, he admitted about 12 months ago he didn't know if he had a place in Test match cricket going forward, but if he can contribute. And the other thing is when you speak to New Zealand cricket fans, how excited they are by, it's going to be a bit confronting not seeing a Southey, a Wagner or a Bolt in their next Test squad they announce, but whether it's Matt Henry, now the figurehead, Cole Jamieson back to, a semblance of health, touching wood everywhere. Ben Sears, the Wellington tearaway, if you can get him fit again. Duffy's contributed, Nathan Smith, and a soon guy, Will O'Rourke. That's a half a dozen bowlers I've just mentioned there.
Yeah, and I think Sibley's on the way back as well.
Shipley,
Shipley, sorry. He's been out for near on 18 months as well, so he's missed 2 seasons in New Zealand after a heavy workload.
Yeah, very heavy workload in the UK.
Yes. Yeah, which we won't go there. But it does kind of concern me that how do we manage those guys through a healthy state when your development program is so good that you're developing players for other teams. That's a headache for Scott Winnick to get his head around and whoever becomes the new director of cricket as they develop their next program.
Thoughts of John Bracewell, the summer of cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff use our workers to get the job done. We are about 7 minutes away from the first ball of the third T20 international. Commentary of the game thanks to Mighty 8. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. We'll take a short break. On the other side, it'll be live cricket from Nelson. An overcast Nelson, but good enough to play. No reduction of overs either. It'll be 20 overs aside with Sri Lanka batting first after New Zealand won the toss and decided to bowl.
The meatbox.co.nz.
I guess have a little time away from reality and a great sport just to keep you entertained for a few hours.
It's time now to have a look at Sri Lanka. Their captain today, Charith Asalanka.
Teams. We welcome you to the wonderful Whakatū for this third and final match of the T20 series. A short break. We'll be back with live action next.
About it.
all about Magnus Penrose, where legends are made.
Love it!
The summer of cricket on Sports Nation with Suzuki NZ. Catch it. Hot deals on Suzuki wheels. We're awaiting the start of the third and final T20 international between New Zealand and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka to bat first. New Zealand winning the toss and deciding to have a bowl. Some inclement weather this morning. Plenty of rain around. I mean, the covers are on till late. It has cleared up enough for play to start. The outfield is the reason why things have been delayed. So I'm not sure how quick the outfield will move. Although, braces, the players will probably just hit it over. It's a little bit smaller than Mount Maunganui, 64 metres and 63 metres either side. So those square boundaries are going to take a peppering, fair to say.
Yeah,
so,
but it's not too bad. It's actually quite a well-dimensioned ground and a beautiful sports precinct. Is all the sports that you can imagine, ball sports that you can imagine.
It's beautiful at Saxton,
and it's
you're right.
really, really well set up. It's just a pity that we don't see as much cricket with the way Central Districts is set up. They've got some really good grounds that they have to share about, as with Northern Districts between Seddon Park and Bay Oval. So it's a shame that they don't play more cricket here. It's a really, really good setup. I really enjoyed going down there, but it always seemed to have a heavy outfield. For some reason, it's had a heavier outfield, and when it does rain, it does affect the outfield.
Interesting insights with John Bracewell providing expert comments with class built for professional farmers. Just repeating the team news is New Zealand naming an unchanged lineup. So no Nathan Smith, no Bevon Jacobs, who I know a lot of people are keen to see, having been scooped up in the IPL and in a very short domestic career has a ferocious strike rate of over 180. That is quite alarming. Tim Robinson and Rachin Ravindra will open for New Zealand. Chapman lists at 3. Phillips, Mitchell, Hay through the middle order. Michael Bracewell, Mitchell Santner, Zakary Foulkes, Matt Henry and Jacob Duffy. For Sri Lanka, they have made 2 changes, bringing in a little bit of batting power. Kamindu Mendis drops out altogether, while the right-arm quicker Matheesha Pathirana has also been omitted. His position will be taken by Chamidu Wickramasinghe, who's more of a batting all-rounder, bowls some medium paces as well, while Bhanuka Rajapaksa also comes into the lineup and he'll slide into the middle order with Kamindu Mendis vacating things there. Matt Henry has the brand new ball in hand and he will open the bowling. Our coverage of the third and final T20 match, thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across to Mighty Mobile, and no matter where he is in the world, it seems like Matt Henry's just right at home. He's just a wonderful story, as you've talked about, being one of those pine riders and now just in every form of the game, so important.
Yeah, he's a vital part of New Zealand's movement forward in nurturing the Willow Rorks, the Foulkeses through the game, taking them down that sort of same journey as he's gone, being patient, learning your trade, making sure you're ready, professionally ready, and that's something that Matt Henry, you got to admire about him. Every time he got an opportunity, he's taken that opportunity, then he goes back to the bench and he comes back out and he performs again. Now he's the leading bowler, leading the New Zealand side.
And of course, I don't want to deride him, but hopefully it doesn't come across like this. He's just old-fashioned. It's just had a good line of length, doesn't he? Hit the seam hard. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. It travels well in all forms of the game. And
he's been like that since the first time I saw him as a 16-year-old. He just comes in with a good action, just hit the deck. He had a vicious bouncer at 16, and that was before he'd even gone through a growth spurt. I remember ringing Bob Carter and saying, man, I've just seen this 16-year-old kid with the best bouncer I've seen in a long time. I said, you need to keep an eye on him. He says, yeah, Matt Henry, I am. Don't worry about that.
And he, of course, will be such a key contributor for New Zealand. A moment of silence being held at Saxton Oval after a horrific loss yesterday. Hard to fathom, and great to see sport acknowledging that. That has been completed with members of our police force in attendance along the boundary rope. So that has now taken place, and we are all set. Now, we do apologise. We've got a few technical issues and struggling to get our effects mic operating from Saxton Oval. The team is working furiously. Oh, look, just as he announces it, Jamie and Ashwin have pulled it out of the fire.
Turned it on.
Yeah, turned it on. Turn us on. You are listening to Sport Nation and coverage of the summer of cricket with trade staff use our workers to get the job done. Here's Matt Henry. First ball is back of a length and opening the blade and rolling it down towards mid-off is Nissanka. So immediately Sri Lanka on the board on the Dulux scoreboards. Worth doing with Dulux, one without loss. Nissanka really has been a bright spark, especially in that first game. Gee, it was good.
Yeah, I think he's just under control of himself. He lets the ball come on. He's quite still at the crease. Nothing necessarily fancy, but he strikes the ball very, very well. For a small player in stature, it's good power.
Yeah, very good power. A couple of shots over the offside at Bay Oval really stood out. Ferociously struck through square on the offside. So a slip, a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Long leg third man out to start. Matt Henry, new ball at hand. Overcast day. He goes past the outside edge. Well bowled, moving away from the right-hander as Mendis plays and misses.
Yeah, both balls just swung a little bit out swing for Matt Henry. He's not a big swinger of the ball, even though that scrambled seam just left him a little bit. So there's a little bit of movement there.
Playing a long way from his body was Kusal Mendis as well. As we checked on the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade, Henry. It's a lovely, smooth approach. Bowls into the hip of the right-hander, takes the bottom hand off the bat. It squirts through square leg. The throw comes in and it hits. They might actually get a run. I think they're well home. They have got more runs. It's gone a long way out towards long off, and Chapman from cover has to set off after it. They're going to get two. Late Christmas present. 4 without loss on the Dulux scoreboard.
Yep, that ball seamed back into his hip. So there's a little bit of sideways movement. Michael Bracewell turns through, hit the stumps, and that created the overthrow.
He took a wicket deflection away from the mid-off who was backing up. So tight single turned into 3 runs. So 4 without loss. Nissanka 1 and Kusal Mendis is on 3. Good crowd in. Fans taking their spots. Lovely venue. Here's Henry in again and punching nicely off the back foot into the cover region. There's going to be no run as Chapman's there to field.
Looks reasonably easy paced at the moment, doesn't it? There's sort of nothing, as I say, that if anything, this is probably the lowest bouncing wicket that New Zealand play on internationally. So they look reasonably easily paced. Bounce reasonably, not low, but just fairly straightforward, certainly not high anyway.
Once more, Henry bowls short and trying to pull the ball away and hitting the toe end of the batters. Nissanka, who's in position quickly there. Maybe just an indication of the lack of bounce. Otherwise, very brown looking. There's the odd tinge of green, which is to be expected. It's been undercover a little bit longer than expected, but doesn't look like there's too many demons in this surface. That was your PGG Wrightson turf pitch report. PGG Wrightson, New Zealand turf leading experts. Good atmosphere building already. Despite the wet start to the day in Nelson. Henry in again, and it's Nissanka going back, trying to force through the offside, and this one hits the bottom edge of the bat, trickles to the offside, but good over by Matt Henry and New Zealand. 4 runs conceded off the first over, 4 without loss on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard. Kiwi Bank, this is Kiwi.
Yeah, just a little indication there during that over that the wicket is quite slow. 1 cue ball and 1 bottom edge as Mendes went back to hit off the back foot, but the ball just stayed down a little bit. So just a little indication that this wicket might be just a tad slow. As it dries out, it might actually quicken up. New Zealand would be hoping that, seeing they will be chasing.
Expert comments with class. Thinking farm equipment, choose class built to perform. John Bracewell alongside me. And now it is Jacob Duffy. He's been so good in this series. Man of the match performance in game number 1. Had a pretty good argument to be man of the match in game number 2. Picking up 4 wickets. And he has the new ball. He's got a slip who's quite wide at about 2nd or 3rd. And he starts going past the outside edge.
For Duffy there as well. He's got those deliveries.
That's Sumo. Sumo coming through. We've got cross lines here. Apologies as this one nips away. And a tentative sort of waft outside of off some from Kusal Mendis. Lucky not to get anything on it.
Yeah, just a little indication that he hasn't quite got the pace of the wicket yet. He got himself into position, the ball didn't arrive. But there is a little bit of swing for Jacob Duffy, who predominantly is an outswing bowler.
He moves in again from over the wicket, nips away, and it's just worked wide of point. Phillips sets off after, but third man comes in, completes the job. 5 without loss on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard. This is Kiwi. Mendis has 4, and Nissanka's 1 off 4.
Yeah, it's quite nicely played behind point. Just run away, but outfield is quite slow, isn't it? That's just trickled out, giving third man time to get in and prevent 2.
Yucky, there's Duffy, this big imposing figure, bowls straight, 2 straight, and it's flicked off the hip. Lucky for Duffy, it finds the man at short fine leg, fielding inside the circle on the half volley. That was a race away. A little bit dangerous, that line, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, it's come nicely off the bat. He's just given this a flick, but it's carried almost to Matt Henry. Stayed down a little bit. He actually did well to field that. His ball stayed down just short of the half volley on him.
Duffy from over the wicket. Goes past the outside edge once more, full, swinging away out of the hand and then nipping away even further. Well bowled, Jacob Duffy, 130.2 k. So not as quick as we saw the other night, but when you move the ball like that, Braces.
No, you're right, but it is out of the hand, isn't it? It's going quite early. Needs to use the crease a little bit more. The danger of that is you get a little bit greedy and then get hit both sides of the wicket. So will he stay down that channel, making sure that he brings his fielders into play?
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff. New Zealand's flexible workforce. Here's a change of approach from Nissanka. He comes a big stride down the wicket, then has to dead bat it as it wasn't in the arc to flick it away to the onside, which I'm assuming he's wanting to do, and he's actually nudged it past the bowler for a single 6 without loss.
Yeah, it's a difficult shot that. He's kind of outside off stump, looking to try and clip the ball over the onside. He's got squared up a little bit with a later swing. And ended up having to abort the shot and pushing him down the ground for a quick single.
So he's 2 off 7. Kusal Mendis on strike, the right-hander waiting for Jacob Duffy. Last ball of the second over. And this one's hit high towards deep backward square and a long, long way. That just keeps travelling. Pick up a lot of frequent flyer miles on the way as it sails high into the crowd. Pay attention at Saxton Oval. A big 6, a big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals to end the over. It's 12 without loss.
Nissanka's actually really calm here, isn't it? He's dropped this short. Hasn't bounced a lot, but because he's so still the way he plays, he's been able to get under this and just lift it on its way, carrying about 80 metres. Lovely shot. Very calm. He's indicating that there was a bit of bounce there, but I'm not quite sure about that.
But not the tallest, so everything looks like there's a lot of bounce. Kusal Mendis, lovely stroke to end the over. He's 10 off 5. Nissanka looks up, sees Matt Henry continuing from over the wicket. Third over is flicked away. The first ball into the mid-wicket region. Bracewell's position to field. There won't be any addition on the Dulux scoreboard worth doing with Dulux.
Yeah, Matt Henry going straight there and just picking out the fielder. On the onside.
Music blasting. You would have enjoyed that in your playing days, Braces.
Well, anything to calm me down would have been good.
What, bit of Enya? Is that what you wanted?
Bit of Abba.
Yeah, a bit of Abba. Here's Henry again. Another attacking stroke high and down the ground, but not all that well, but it's just going to be out of the reach of Mark Chapman. Let me try and paint the pictures. Run from mid-on and nearly taken the catch at long off. They'll come back for 2. 14 without loss, Nissanka to 4.
Yeah, this has hung in the air for a long time. Gone up and up and up, but when it's landed, it's just plugged. No carry forward at all.
A lovely loft wedge into the 5th green. 14 without loss on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard. This is Kiwi. Henry in for 6 into his second over. And again, bowls and Hit away firmly to deep backward square. Low trajectory. Deep square leg comes around, dives away to his right-hand side, but that's going to take part of the hand of Foulkes and then reach the rope. Geez, hit that sweetly.
Yeah, they just decided to play off the front foot, really, isn't it? Which is an indication of trying to get the pace of the wicket, that it is slow. That's seamed back at him, but he's on the front foot, and he's just pulled that off the front foot using the pace of the ball as it's seamed down the leg side onto his hip. He's gathered that, and it's gone like a traceable over the boundary.
The big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals, as Nissanka's up to 8, now hitting towards deep backward square again, but this one is high and sails over Foulkes' head, who just turns and admires. This nearly takes out the lady in the floral dress. 24 without loss. Nissanka up to 14. Another big barrel boundary. Good start.
Once again, that back of the length's just sitting up. Not really bounced, but just the pace of it is allowing Sri Lankan batsmen to play off the front foot and play back foot shots off the front foot. It's giving them time to get under the ball. And Henry's going to have to adjust his length here.
24 without loss. Henry bowls again. This one's top edge, trying to play a pull stroke, sailing over the top of the keeper. Hay goes back and takes a catch, and then has to throw it up and take it again because he was going to go over the rope.
Great cricket awareness.
Cricket in 2025 braces, caught on the boundary by the wicket keeper, who has to throw it, and what a moment that is. 24 with the loss of the first wicket now, 24 for 1 on the Dulux scoreboard.
Once again, looking to pull off the front foot. It's just got a little bit heavier and higher. A great awareness from Hay, who actually came across the boundary, tossed it up, came back into the field of play, as we see often now, at least once a game almost, in the T20 format. That's the first wicket for New Zealand. Just a little indication of the two-pace nature of the wicket.
Brilliant stuff. You shake your head at times, don't you, Brace?
Well, sometimes you just get the nature of this game. You just get the breaks. But that's gone a long, long way up. It's a decent run, so he's covered 50 metres at least in that period of time, and then being aware of where the boundary was, which is unusual for a keeper, because that's something that probably he would not have practiced. Yeah.
He took it and then took a couple of leisurely sort of steps, and then, that's the boundary. You've got to throw it straight up. Took one, his left foot did go over the rope and just balanced himself again, and then back onto the field, and he was perfectly positioned as the ball then fell into both gloves. So Pathum Nissanka gone. 14 off 12 with 1-4, 1-6 on the big barrel boundary counts, and he was just starting to get into a little bit of rhythm. And it's so dangerous when two players are firing at the top. Kusal Mendis is off to a rollicking start. He's 10 off just 5. Henry has 1 ball remaining in his second over. It's been expensive up onto this over, but he bowls to the new batsman, Perera, who gets a lifting delivery that gets a top edge, and I think this has gone him on the chin. It's gone straight up and hit him under the grill. That looks a painful blow. Chapman's gone in quickly. Henry's patting him on the back. Nothing like when a bowler's just hit you in the face, pat you on the back braces. That would cheer you up. 24 without. 24 for the loss of 1 after 3, going at 8 runs and over on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing, worth Dulux.
Yes, and thank goodness for grills these days. So, save many a guy with the way players face up now, tending to stay leg side of the ball rather than get inside the line. And this has just bounced a little bit, come up and hit him in the face. Just do a little check before they move on with the game.
If you're just tuning into our coverage, Nissanka the man out, caught Hay, bowled Henry for 14 with the score at 21. That was in the third over. Next ball, we've just seen the new batter, Kusal Perera, in a stinging blow, just trying to work the ball away from about hip height, and it's got a top edge of his own bat, and it deflected straight up into his chin. You know, good look on the Bunnings Trade replay. Yeah, grill into chin. Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade.
There's still an indication that they're not quite sure of the pace of the wicket. That's the ball he's got in behind, but it's just bounced a little bit on him.
The two right-handers looked like they were in tune to the pace. They were just pulling off the front foot.
Yeah, they were pulling off the front foot, and as soon as Matt Henry moved aside, just got a little bit further wider, and it's just one or two stumps over the top of off stump, because they actually don't get him behind the ball. Basically picked the wrong line, and that caused the top edge. You couldn't use the momentum. So getting the ball to hold its line with Matt Henry, the accident or design, brought about the wicket. Foulkes will be interesting because he actually hits the deck quite hard as well.
He does. This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki. Change of bowler coming. Duffy has bowled 1 over for 8. He's going to be replaced by the baby-faced Zach Foulkes. And he's got Mitchell Santner and Daryl Mitchell in either ear, chatting. One quite a leisurely figure, one quite wound up. Daryl Mitchell, great fighter, isn't he? Loves the contest.
Yeah, you're going to get both sides of the coin, aren't you, in that discussion?
Somewhere you'll find equilibrium where Foulkes is right in the middle.
Yeah. One dance through a flower bed and the other one go through a brick wall.
Ferocious winds in the right ear, just a leisurely breeze in the left. It will be the right arm medium fast bowler. Bouncing in. And he gets a leg side glove, and Hayes taking a very good catch. And Mendis has to depart. Hip height trying to swat the ball away. And as a glove is an under edge, I'll let John Bracewell have a look at the replay. But Sri Lanka have lost a second. It's 24 for the loss of 2. Mendis gone for 10.
This is just the back of the length ball that seemed viciously really across him. Should have been a wide, but he's managed to collect it on the way through, crossing over his body and just getting a little, looks like the bottom half of the glove. But it's a no ball by the looks of it.
Silly me for writing him in my scorebook. A no ball. So the TV umpire, Kim Cotton, checking her own Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade, realised, he's overstepped the mark. So come on back, Mr. Mendis. All is forgiven.
Yeah, just take note of 10 off 6.
Oh, it's so close. Braces, a couple of millimetres, but nothing behind the line. And again, wide of off stump and cut away to the backward point boundary for 4. Short wide, hammered, deserved to be.
Just short wide one side, getting a little glove off the no ball and then staying offside. This one well wide of off stump and just an easy cut. Through that vacant position, you can't defend that. Certainly you can't defend it in the power play.
It is the epitome of bowling both sides. This one nips back in to the right-hander, shorter of length and got high around chest height, and Mendis defends to the offside. He's up to 14. Previous ball is whacked away for his first 4. He's also had a 6 on a big barrel boundary count. Bigger range, bigger deals.
Still think New Zealand probably just a fraction short for the amount of seam that there is available to them. I suppose they don't want to be hit aerial down the ground.
Folks, past the umpire and bowls. And this one has worked away neatly. Down to the fence for 4. Past the short fine leg by maybe 2 or 3 metres. So he's playing with fire there a little bit, but just swiveled. The ball swings back into him, and he gets it right out of the middle and sends it away to the fence. 29 for 1.
So this is very similar to the one brought about the wicket, but hasn't bounced as much. And he's just gathered it around. He just rolled the wrists over it with the front foot pull shot, but keeping this one along the ground.
Foulkes goes fuller this time, and it's hit over mid-on, out towards the boundary. Retreating is Mitchell. He'll get the ball as it once more pitches in this wet outfield and holds up quite quickly. They'll come back for 2. I got the score wrong last time. I'll get the Dulux scoreboard right this time. It's actually 35. I denied them the 4. 35 for the loss of 1, as Mendis goes to 20 off just 10.
It's a fuller ball, but just able to get under it and hit it over long on.
Genuine swing, though, out of the hand, and also seam back in. And this one just holds its line, and sparring at the ball outside of off stump was Mendis. Just trying to run it down towards third man, a play and miss. That I thought that was the end of the over. Of course, there was a no ball, denying Foulkes a wicket to start the over.
There's no real consistency to New Zealand bowling at the moment. They're sort of either short and wide offside, short and wide onside with the seam.
Slower delivery. That's going to be pulled away through the vacant mid-wicket region into a gap for just 1 run. That will see Mendis retain the strike. That is the end of 4 overs. Our coverage with trade staff use our workers to get the job done. After the break, over number 5, 36 for 1.
Swing across to Mighty Mobile and get unlimited, uncapped data from just $25 a month.
Pathum Nissanka, hey, ¿qué tal?
Single, 42 for the loss of 1.
It's a really difficult job to bowl. Crafty spin inside the power play. It's a bit of a thankless task, but if anybody's capable of it, Mitchell Santner has got the skill sets.
Only 2 out, long off and deep backwards square as Santner. Very well bowled this. Fuller of length, but again able to control that pace, dropping it down to 85k, pushed into cover, no run.
85's good. Just held it a little bit. So the slower you bowl, the more turn you're going to get.
Bowls again, dragging the length down. It's pulled, but off the top edge. It's ballooning towards mid-wicket, going back, and the beast has taken another good catch. Whether those huge hands around it. Steepling bounce has caught the right-hander off guard. Half-hearted pull stroke, this top-edged, and between the 30-metre rope and the boundary, a retreating Bracewell takes the catch. The second wicket falls, and Santner strikes in his first over, 42 for 2.
Clever bit of bowling from Mitchell Santner, going to the arm ball, sliding it in, getting a little bit more bounce, getting it high on the bat, and a good catch going backwards. Went very high. Michael Bracewell gets a hand on it. If he gets 2, they just disappear.
Here's a very good catch no matter where he is on the field, and after 5 overs, New Zealand have struck twice inside the power play. Teams love getting 3 inside the opening 6 overs. Kusal Perera still out there on 5, but they lost both openers. Nissanka, the first to go, caught Hay on the boundary. A top edge pull stroke sailed high over Hay. He retreated, took the catch, nearly crossed the boundary rope, but threw the ball up, got back in, took the catch. Henry profited with the wicket, 14 to Nissanka. And we've just seen Mendis gone. Caught Bracewell bowl Santner. Also a retreating catch, running from inside the circle. They can get in there in plenty of time. Wasn't completely over his shoulder. He was able to sort of turn, get half a chest towards the ball and wrapping those hands around it, gone for 22. So that will see Avishka Fernando out to join Kusal Perera. The 26-year-old right-hander, 36 T20 internationals prior to this, but certainly not a record that would fill you full of confidence. As Foulkes starts a new over. Beautiful bit of bowling from around the wicket to Perera. He's gone full and tried to swing it away with his natural movement, attempting the drop kick, but getting a top edge that sails over the gully down towards third man for a single.
So this is the first full ball that New Zealand have bowled, and that seemed late because it was fuller, catching the outside edge. So a little indication that there's plenty there. Perhaps New Zealand have bowled just a tad short in the opening spell, but may have made that adjustment now. But you've got two new batters starting, going out of the power play, which in one more over. So New Zealand will be quite happy with the position that they're in.
43 for 2 as Foulkes, and again going short, wide of off stump, climbing too high on the right-hander Avishka Fernando to play a stroke. Must have been very close to being on the wide height, but not called. The officials, it will remain 43 for the loss of 2 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing with Dulux. So Avishka Fernando, 37th game, averaging 10 braces. Strike rate of 92.
Yeah, a bit of work to do.
Yeah, a bit of work to do, and he's driving, but slicing the drive down towards third man to start his innings with a single, 44 for the loss of 2. I think his one-day record's probably more of an indication of what he's capable of in 47 games. He averages over 30. Good strike rate in one-day cricket of 90 and has 400. So some players, you might be good in one-day cricket. T20 might not be your thing.
And that's right as well. But also the stats can be quite wobbly in T20.
Foulkes full into the pads of the left-hander Perera, working to mid-wicket. There won't be a run as Santner can field. 44 for 2. It remains on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard.
And we had Hayes saying the other day, for the first time he sort of started to feel a little bit comfortable. So, it's those opportunities. Where do those opportunities come from? I mean, this is a great opportunity because he's going to go into 15 overs of batting. So it's a great opportunity to actually set the board right.
Perera looking to hit powerfully over mid-off, and boy, he has done that. Just one bounce into the fence for 4. Lovely strike, 48 for the loss of 2. Big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deal.
So once again, Foulkes going slightly fuller. He's bowled 3 full balls in this over. This one just hit on the up. Easy shot over mid-off. Hasn't seamed, so he's just hit through the line. So there's a slight change of tactics.
He's pretty on the eye, isn't he? Stands, delivers like that. Sees Foulkes bowling full, and he plays with a straight blade, pushes up towards mid-off, who's right on the 30-metre circle, who is Mitchell, so they can easily steal a single to end the 6 over. 49 for the loss of 2. Sri Lanka batting first. Their power play is now done.
Celebrating the greatest New Zealand cricketers of all time thanks to Kiwi Bank. This is Celebrating Kiwi. This is Kiwi Bank. As the only New Zealand cricketer to be named in an ICC Test team of the
After the power play. If you're just tuning into our coverage, a delayed start, 30 minutes lost, but there will be no reduction of overs. New Zealand with the... here we go. Here's a reverse sweep first ball. Welcome to the crease, Mr. Bracewell. It's lofted down towards third man. Phillips goes spearing after it. Big dive, but that was really for the cameraman. It's going to be 4, 53 for 2. Perera moves to 15 off just 8.
So it's the go-to shot against the off-spin of the left-handers. Straight to that reverse sweep, heading over the field rather than through it. Done it for the last 2 games, and they've continued on this way.
And this ball is pitched outside of leg. When Bracewell was hit with balls outside of off-stump in that second game, he's tried to bowl straighter. Here's a top-edge sweep. That's going to be taken at short fine leg. No, it's dropped. And shoulder to the wound, it's going to run away from Rachin Ravindra, who was following. The catch has been put down by Matt Henry, and it's going to be 4 runs. Back-to-back big barrel boundaries, 57 for 2.
He's a little unlucky here. The difficult chance, Matt Henry going back over his shoulder. He's got an eye on it the whole way. He actually takes some pretty good catches on Matt Henry, so it's unusual to see him drop one.
He's frustrated, lay on the ground for a long period of time as we check the Bunnings trade replay. Thanks to Bunnings trade. 57 for 2. Bracewell goes wider, quicker, and goes past the outside edge. Looking to play a cut stroke with Perera, played over the top.
Actually, that's the poorest ball he's bowled. He bowled short and wide outside of stump and got a dot ball. He's bowled 2 good balls and gone for 4.
8 runs with the first 3 balls of the over. And this one spins away from the left-hander, who just plays it off the surface, dinking the ball to point for a single, 58 for 2.
Once again, that's at 80 k's, so the slower you bowl, the more it's holding.
It's middle and off.
More turn you're getting.
That's middle there.
It's an indication that's just perhaps a little sticky on top.
Of course, Bracewell can turn a ball. It's always been one of his great strengths. He's mic'd up. He's talking to the TVNZ commentary team. Not right now, I hope. He's got something to focus on. It's called bowling. From over the wicket, he bowls to Fernando. Pushes it quicker through the air, wider of off stump, and cut away for a single. 59 for the loss of 2. 1 ball remaining in the 7th over.
Nice, Steve. Lovely boy.
Perera, quite a healthy strike rate at the moment. 11 balls, 20 runs.
181.81. Mental arithmetic. Here's a sweep that he's kept down, but he's found backward square. No run as Ravindra can field. Likes a sweep, does Mr. Perera. And it's the end of the 7th over. 59 for the loss of 2. Perera is 20. Fernando is 2. Or Avishka. I'm not sure which. I like going by their first names.
Yeah.
John. Just on the back of your shirt. John.
Wow. There's a quick for Sri Lanka. Finneran John. Bowled for them in the 80s. Good bowler. Good bowler.
As good as
big, strong boy.
Up there with Graeme LeBroy.
Yeah. Graeme LeBroy. Yeah. They had some very good cricketers when they first came into Test cricket. The domestic cricket held them in good stead. They just didn't know how to win. They certainly had the talent.
Santner starts a new over around the wicket of the right-hander. Angling in towards leg stump. Leaning away was Avishka Fernando. Pushing through point for a single. He moves to 3, and the danger man Perera back on strike. 60 for the loss of 2. Batting first after being sent in. This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Driving home with Suzuki.
Santner going for 7 or 6 in his first over, so...
With a wicket.
Another great start and almost a predictable one, picking up a wicket in his first over, especially inside the power play.
Now back over the wicket to the left-hander, spearing it in quickly into the pads, flicks the pads, goes to short fine leg for a single, 61 for 2. That is a leg by.
Nice, Machi. Round the wicket.
As you've just heard, round the wicket he will go. So often does Santner.
Oh, this is so good.
Well, flighted, slower. It spins away from the middle of the bat, sort of creeps away through cover as it hits the tail of the bat. A single. I got Gary Morgan, our stats man, during the Test series to actually pull up those. The amount of balls Mitchell Santner has bowled over the wicket to the right-hander in Test cricket is under 100. About 84 balls. John's immediately sort of recoiled next to me. Short cut away through point by the left-hander Perera. Through cover point, a single, 63 for the loss of 2. So far more comfortable running around the wicket.
To the left-hander?
No, to the right-hander.
To the right-hander?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what, less than 15 overs. Only to right-handers from over the wicket. Very quick this time. Nicely played, though, by the right-hander, leaning back and working it through point for another single. So he's just playing accumulator and letting Perera play his strokes at the other end. It's called a partnership for a reason.
Yeah, and I think that's an indication more of how he's been used as a defensive rather than an offensive bowler. So I think we'll see that stat now change.
Over the wicket of the left-hander. Here's a reverse sweep that is very well played. He's got it fine. To the right, as Duffy looked at it at short third man. Down to the fence for 4. Another boundary, a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deal. 68 for the loss of 2 after 8 overs. Sri Lanka batting first.
It's a very good shot to finish the over. Having been completed by Mitchell Santner, it's very tidy over, and then all of a sudden he's just got that ball. Taken the risk, got the reward. But it's a calculated risk for him because it's obviously a shot that he's very, very comfortable with and plays very, very well.
Henry, 2 overs, 1 for 16. Duffy, 1 over, none for 8. Foulkes, none for 19 off 2. Santner, 1 for 14 off 2. And Bracewell, 1 over, went for 10. He continues with his off-spin. He's hit high over mid-wicket. What a stroke this is. Sort of advancing. It's not flighted, but he's just swung through the line, hit the ball on the up and sent it sailing over the mid-wicket boundary for 6, 74 for 2.
Yeah, Bracewell's seen him coming, has dropped that short, but he still continued to hit through it and just picked it up on the up, as you mentioned. So he's gathered that around about the top of his pad, off the front foot. Just used his power, timing.
Now he gets a ball short wide of off stump and he can go back, rock back and pick out the gap at cover and he get past the man inside the circle. Bit of pressure on here for Michael Bracewell. He's conceded back-to-back big barrel boundaries, 4 on this occasion.
Bracewell decided going wide, see if he'd come down and repeat the dose, but he's gone on the back foot and just hit this back. Off the back foot, through cover. Lovely shot.
3 fours, 1 6. Bracewell's conceded with his 8 balls. Continues. This is pulled out towards deep square leg. It's going to land in front of Foulkes, who returns the ball. They only come back. They don't come back for a second. Daniel, get the words out. 79 for 2 with that single on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard.
And he's gone to the sweep shot and just got a top edge, but it's dropped into no man's land.
Bracewell. Round the wicket. Wide of off stump. Here's a top edge sweep that's ballooning back over Matt Henry's head again. It's repeat, rinse and repeat. He hasn't dropped it though. He got a left hand up. I'm not sure if it glanced to fingers, but Bracewell's got that awkward smile on his face. He's looking a little bit, annoyed whilst trying to keep a happy look on his face. No control with the stroke, and they get away with it. No, it hasn't hit the hand, the outstretched hand, as we check the Bunnings Tray replay.
He's a little unlucky there. He's just the top edge. Matt Henry unable to get to it.
81 for 2. Fuller wider of off stump, and it's crunched out towards deep cover for a single. 82 for 2.
So they've gone hard at Bracewell in the first 2 balls of each over. Taken the risk, got the reward. Created 2 chances. Seemed to sit on it from there on. It'll be interesting to see if the right-hander goes again.
Last ball of the 9th. He doesn't. He just nudges through the vacant mid-on region for a single. 9 overs gone. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff use our workers to get the job done. Continues after this.
Need a new tractor-mounted mower? Now's the perfect time to upgrade to a Class. For a limited
Well, thanks to Mighty Ape here on Sport Nation. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. Plenty of swinging in the last few overs by Sri Lanka. They're off to a very good start here, going at 9.22 runs and over through 9 overs. It's 83 for the loss of 2 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth Dulux. Duffy back into the attack. He goes full first up. Cutter. Waiting is the right-hander. Avishka Fernando drives up to mid-off, no run.
Good start from Duffy. It's been quite successful in his comeback overs in this series. He's made the breakthroughs, which has created the collapses.
Don't worry, the cricket has not been played in fast forward. If you're listening to our FX, just going through a little highlight package. That was the second wicket. There's a big appeal for LBW. He's got a long stride and then tried to flick the ball away to the onside. I think this might be going over, Braces. What say you?
I reckon it's quite close. Yeah.
Yep, they're going to go. So we will have a third umpire with First Mortgage Trust FMT Investments with a good delivery since 1996.
So quite an interesting feedback in the process. It was there. Nice, wasn't it? They're trying to talk themselves into it.
There's a lot of people who liked it. I liked it. I like it. Do you like it? I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, and I liked it.
It's straight. It's question. He's got a decent as he's actually batting deep in the crease. Braces. He's not as far forward as I thought as we check.
Can we go to
This actually might be just, if anything, probably clipping top of leg stump.
Remember, the decision is not out. That's the voice of third umpire Kim Cotton.
Can we move to ball tracking, please?
So it is to ball tracking. Third umpire with First Mortgage Trust, providing peace of mind with consistent results.
It's hitting on the way up.
It's hitting him right in front of middle. And it is hitting leg stump, Mr. Bracewell. Well spotted. I like it. I like it a lot, they say. Well, I like it now because the man is out. Avishka Fernando goes. LBW to guess who? Jacob Duffy's. In it again, it's 83 for 3.
Just skidded on a little bit, this ball. Gave all the indications that it might be over the top, but just the amount of skid through that fuller length.
As you've pointed out, John, this is, one surface doesn't bounce a lot by New Zealand standards. So maybe at Hagley or at the base, and that's just going over the top of the bails, but clearly enough of the ball hitting the leg stump bail to overturn the on-field decision.
Yeah, I just think that's that surface that actually probably will suit Sri Lanka's bowlers more than it will New Zealand. We tend to hit the deck a little bit harder and we get used to that bounce, trying to splice shorter players, etc., etc. But the undercutters from the sling bowlers, no bounce from the leg spinner. The offer who basically varies his pace continuously.
But the question is, can Sri Lanka finish an innings? Game number 2, they were 127 for 3 at the start of the 16th over, then all out for 141. Yeah, you think that was bad? Well, I can take you back to the first game. It was even worse. 121 without loss. And pretty sure that was the 14th over it was, when Kusal Mendis went for a fine 46. And they fell away hopelessly to be left at 164 for the loss of 8. They've got a platform here, just 3 down in the 10th over Braces.
And they've picked the extra batter bowler rather than the bowler batter.
So the skipper Asalanka, Charith Asalanka, is the new player to join Perera. Perera, of course, it's obvious to say he's a pretty central figure in this boundary hitting ability. He's 28 off 17. He's hit 5 fours, and that really gone to the sweep a lot, both reverses and traditional sweeps to the New Zealand spinners. So just getting a replay. As Duffy celebrates another wicket in this series. Is that 8 for Duffy? He did have 7 after first 2 games, so I'm pretty comfortable adding 1 to 7 means 8. How are these for numbers? 9.2 overs, 8 for 44.
How many games has he played in New Zealand?
What, T20 internationals?
Yeah.
You might have to wait a few seconds, Braces. Is that okay? Or
Yeah, no, it's fine, because I think he's had some fairly tough gigs in Dubai and places like that, and Pakistan. And
yeah, well, it's quite striking when you check his home and away record, starting to the new batsman Asalanka, the left-hander, sort of a tentative prod forward, turning to the onside. There's no run. So this is his 5th game at home. This is now 13 wickets at about 6. Economy rate under 6.
And this is his 19th game?
No, 5th game at home.
Yeah, but it's 19.
And 14 have been away from home.
Yeah.
Where he's got 7 wickets at 43.
Yeah, I thought as much.
But the economy rate's pretty sound at 7.67 away from home. Duffy into his second over, halfway through. He moves in, bouncer, but that could be wided. It will be by umpire Brown, so add 1 more to the total. It's 84 for the loss of 3 on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard. This is Kiwi.
Yeah, a little unlucky there. He's gone short, pitched outside leg and still gone for a wide on the offside, so it seemed right across him. But because it was so short, just kept going and going, and exaggerated by the time it got through to Hay, forcing the umpire to wide it, really.
Duffy flicking his hair at the top of his mark. He's ready to go after they make a small adjustment to the field. From over the wicket, he goes past the outside edge. Natural angle across the left-hander. Again, looks a little bit unsure. He looks to me, John Bracewell, like he feels like he's playing against New Zealand's number 1 strike weapon.
Yeah, he's just feeling for it at the moment, isn't it? They're just trying to settle themselves in, try and get the pace, rebuild. They'll be conscious that from this point they've collapsed throughout the era. So New Zealand, if they're smart enough, they could chew up a few balls here.
84 for 3 it remains. 2 balls remaining in the 10th over. Sri Lanka now comes forward, rolls the ball into the point region. No run there because the always energetic Mr. Glenn Phillips is in very quickly.
Yeah, but he's also fielding inside the circle, so he's squeezing to a certain extent. So both cover and backward point, which generally would be back on the circle in a defensive position, have actually now moved into that offensive position.
3 dot balls. Asalanka's chewed up. And we'll get a run here as he turns it through mid-wicket for a single. He will retain the strike. That is the end of the 10th over. 85 for the loss of 3. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Catch it. Hot deals on Suzuki wheels.
That's a very good over from Duffy, returning as he has done through the series, making that breakthrough, putting New Zealand probably in a little bit more comfortable position where the game was starting to run away, and getting the run rate up towards 10. 1 good over just brings everything back a little bit, and we're at that halfway point. 85, so 8.5 on my maths.
They'd gone very well outside of the power play. They were 49 for 2 after 6, but then they had a 10-run over, a 9-run over, and a 15-run over. So 34 runs in those 3 overs straight after the power play. But guess who? Mr. Duffy's done it again, conceding just 2 runs off that over and also picking up a wicket. So Asalanka faces up to Bracewell, and Bracewell sees a tentative left-hander just starting his innings, coming forward and defending as well bowled, though. Just around outside of off, into spin and bounce, hitting high on the bat.
Yeah. Michael Bracewell will feel a little bit more comfortable having 2 left-handers.
Asalanka waits for Bracewell, comes forward, it nearly spins past the outside edge, and diverts to Ravindra, who's quickly in at backward point for another dot ball. 85 for 3 it remains on the Dulux scoreboard.
And once again, the players starting to get in, try and keep the new batsman on strike for as long as possible. Put the squeeze on.
He is being squeezed. Asalanka goes back this time and hits the ball a bit more forcefully. Gets it through the gap at point to the left of Ravindra for just 1. So he's 2 off 7. 2 off 7. It's 86 for the loss of 3 on the Dulux scoreboard.
Now, what change of the field do they make in terms of defending the reverse sweep, especially the aerial shot?
Perera starved of strike in the last couple of overs. He remains 28. Got to get him on strike as much as possible, you would think, if they're going to get a big score here. He gets a low full toss that he drives into a gap at point. Sliding, folks. They'll come back for a very comfortable 2. Perera moving to 30 to face just 18 balls.
There's good pace in the outfield, folks. I really like the way he's adapting to the international game, staying really engaged, watches the shot, moves with it.
Bracewell bowls wide of off stump, and Perera has manufactured something here. He's got a long way outside of off and then pulled the ball through backward square. And if it was not for Glenn Phillips motoring around the boundary, that probably would have been 4. Phillips gets up grimacing. I'm not sure if he's landed on his shoulder. They'll come back for 2. We'll check the Bunnings trade replay to see where he's landed.
He's come right across. This is almost on the wide line on the offside. He's walked across to try and pull it through that vacant area, and Phillips has done really well.
Yeah, left shoulder landed quite awkwardly there. 90 for 3. Perera now to 32. Russell just adjusting his onside boundary riders. Perera waits from around the wicket. Bracewell bowls. Here's a slog sweep into a gap. He's hit that very straight. I thought that was going to go squarer, but a boundary to finish the over. Perera looking dangerous. He's 36 at the end of the 11th. It's 94 for 3.
Celebrating the greatest New Zealand cricketers of all time thanks to Kiwi Bank. This is Celebrating Kiwi. This is Kiwi Bank. Voted by Wisden, the second greatest test bowler of all time, Sir Richard Hadley, ICC Hall of Famer and one of the finest all-rounders in cricket history.
Gone, yes, 9 wickets. What a wonderful performance from Richard Hadley. His teammates must congratulate the great fast bowler.
This is Celebrating Kiwi. This is Kiwi Bank.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff use our workers to get the job done. Zach Foulkes back into the attack. 2 overs, none for 19. Into 3 fours in those opening 2 overs. He also had a wicket off his first ball, but it was all back because the TV umpire spotted a no ball. He'll be bowling to Asalanka, who's 2 off 7, 94 for 3 as we start the 12th over. A lovely lofted straight drive over mid-off's head and is just going to pitch inside the rope. 1 bounce to the fence for 4. That's more like it from Asalanka. He's 6 off 8 on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard. The score now 98 for 3.
He just got the length here, just a step hit. Stepped into it, just lofted it over long off it. Probably just a fraction straighter than that.
Definitely inside the rope as we see Bunnings trade replay.
Very controlled.
It was controlled, good word. 98 for 3. Foulkes in again from over the wicket and he bowls into the pads of the left-hander, steers him to the mid-wicket region. Chapman in quickly, feigns a throw at the non-striker's end. Nissanka gone for 14, Mendis 22, Fernando the last to go for 17. 36 off 20, Kusal Perera. Now Asalanka with his first boundary might be able to free up as we just see a few specks of rain on the camera. 98 for 3 is a bouncer leg side though. We'll see it be judged wide. 135k, so it bent the back, real effort ball.
Yeah, that's gone from 124 off cutter to 135 bouncer. Bit unlucky really. He ducked under it and it's gone over his back, but wouldn't have regarded that as a wide, but tough.
Spoken like a true bowler. 99 for 3. Here's a lofted drive over what? Wide, long off. That's going to go onto the top of the bank. Boy, he's blasted that. Asalanka with a huge 6. 100 is up, 105 for the loss of 3. Another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deal.
It's interesting. They don't take too many balls to sort of line it up, and then they go. That's a lovely shot, though. It's danced down the wicket, got to the pitch of it, gone over wide, long off. Beautiful bit of timing.
Foulkes down none for 30, halfway through his 3rd over. He's in again from over the wicket. He slow ball bouncer, waiting and pulling his Asalanka through square leg for a single. 106 for the loss of 3. Montage of Perera when he goes to sweep spinners. Here's a pull Oh, that will just go past short fine leg, and that's going to be 4 more. Perera racing along now. He's 40 off 21. New Zealand are bleeding some runs here. The run rate is creeping up towards 10. It's 110 for the loss of 3. 1 ball remaining in the 12th over.
Poor old Matt Henry's found himself in the hot seat again at the short fine leg on 45. This one's gone past on his right side. Spearing dive, nearly getting a hand to it and plummeting to the ground.
Foulkes will finish the over with a low full toss. It hits an awkward position on the bat. Pereira's running him down, shaking his hand. The end of 12 overs, 111 for the loss of 3. The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki. Drive it home with Suzuki continues after this.
We asked the head of a major appliance retailer if he would jump out of an aeroplane using a plastic shopping bag instead of a parachute. Here's what he had to say.
What are you, drunk?
Then we put that same question to John Magnus.
Yep, I'm ready to go.
Here's your plastic bag, John.
No, don't worry about the bag. I'm all about the environment.
Yes, it's the ability to do what others won't do for you that makes Magnus Benro just a little bit different.
Commentary of the third T20 International thanks to Mighty 8, swing across to Mighty Mobile. Perera, after that last ball, just receiving a little bit of attention, a real stinger. Hitting low on the bat, vibrations through that big piece of wood of his.
Yeah, he's getting a bit of ice spray on his back, so he strained it. Hitting one of his sixes, I'm not quite sure. He didn't look as though he was overhitting him. Just casually went through it, so Phillips is going to be introduced probably for 1, maybe 2 overs, which would give Santner some options going into the death overs.
111 for the loss of 3. Perera on strike. He's 41 off just 22. The left-hander waits, and he gets a very quick delivery outside of off stump. Quite full turn. He's done well to squat and then sort of slice the ball away through point for a single. 112 for 3. He moves to 42 on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard.
So the majority of sides are around about 100 runs off 13 overs. So always look at it that they're probably an over and a half ahead. Puts them well on target for 200.
Phillips round the wicket. Last umpire Haig. That was very nicely. Cramping up the left-hander is retreating outside of leg stump. He's poked the ball through cover for a single. Asalanka to 14, and that brings Perera back on strike. 113 for the loss of 3. Commentary of the third T20 International thanks to Mighty Ape. Swinging across to Mighty Mobile. Run rate is 9.16. 12 fours, 4 sixes throughout this innings. And here's another audacious stroke. Once more, he's gone well outside of off stump and then taken a half volley and hit it square through square leg for 6. Perera, picture perfect. He's 48 off 24, going at 200. That's 119 for 3.
He's taken this from the offside wide line. It's gone across. It's a full ball. And he's hoiked it over square leg, actually with great control. It's not a slog, but he's actually dragged it against the spin. Full ball, remarkable shot.
They're just checking if it's gone all the way. It's going to see him bring up a 50 no matter what. I thought it went all the way. Checking the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade.
I thought he hit it so well, it landed on the running track.
It was 6. 119 for 3. Phillips, 8 runs conceded off his first 3 balls. He's bouncing it again. Goes slower through the air into leg stump. Just work through that gap. And umpire Brown backs away. Single. 120 for the loss of 3. Great position here. 9.47 is the run rate. And one player who's in great knack, and Asalanka is also showing signs of freeing up.
So every time New Zealand have taken the pace off the ball, it's been a little bit more difficult. Spin bowlers in particular.
Phillips bowling wicket to wicket, work through the onside. Phillips will have to chase, but they'll come back for 2 as the ball just went beyond the the inner circle. And good judge of a second there between the Sri Lankan pair, 122 for the loss of 3.
It's a very good shot that. It's just gone onto the back foot and put it into that corner. With all the men in the deep on the onside.
And the 2 New Zealand off-spinners proving expensive. 45 runs have conceded off 3.5 overs. 4 fours and 2 sixes, mainly in the hands of Perera, who's at the non-striker's end. Asalanka's played a couple of lovely lofted drives. But he's happy to lean forward, push to extra cover and get a single. That is the end of the 13th over. Perera, in fact, I can't count. He's not gone past 50 at all, Braces.
No.
A preemptive milestone. Always hunting milestones, Smithy would say. And 49, he is on.
And so did they, because they went in for a 48-run cuddle as well.
Yeah, they did. Handshake and bum pat and back bump, and they did all of the things, and I fell for it.
Yeah. So whether he's gone past some other milestone...
Yeah. Well, the milestone he's gone past, is it? No, he's done that a lot. And while most runs, it's been brought up on the big screen, most runs in T20 internationals for Sri Lanka. No, he's got 84 more runs than Kusal Mendis, his teammate. But he's gone past 2,000. He's gone past 2,000 T20 international runs. Of course, that's worthy of a handshake.
Yeah.
And people will forget that in about 3 seconds. 123 for the loss of 3. Commentary of the 3rd T20 international, thanks to Mighty 8 Mighty Mobile. Get 50% off prepay plans for 12 months. TNC apply. Matt Henry back into the attack. 2 overs, 1 for 16. He got rid of Nissanka, caught by Hay. Top edge that sailed back over the keeper's head. He had to sprint a long way back to take a very good catch. New Zealand would love a wicket here. Asalanka on strike. He's 17 off 14. The economy rate, New Zealand going at it 9.46. Henry with that big smile of his as he's all business now. He moves in, goes for the leg stump Yorker, but well played by Asalanka, nudging through the onside for a single. 124 for the loss of 3.
So just going back to the off-spinners, they haven't been a threat in this series at all against the Sri Lankans. And normally you would think with the amount of left-handers that they had, it would be. But because they've got one particular shot that's nullified them, which is the lofted reverse sweep, it's taken the off-spinners out of the game as an effective bowling partner.
Perera waits, dabs down towards short third man. He hit it too well, so there will be no run. It remains 124 for the loss of 3. Expert comments with class. Class built for professional farmers. So has that meant the New Zealand off-spinners have had to bowl far straighter?
Well, I think
they've just been worked.
They've struggled to combat it.
Yeah.
Because they've taken those runs early. And then New Zealand have actually started to claw it back, whereas normally against left-handers you go, we'll bang the offie on, we'll get a few dot balls in.
Perera, 49. Now he carves a cut stroke uppishly, very Jasuria-like, wasn't it, as it flies out uppishly through point for a single. Well played, Kusal Perera, a brilliant 50 off just 27 balls. He's hit 7 fours and 1 6, and it's put Sri Lanka in a wonderful position. 125 for the loss of 3 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing with Dulux.
Yes, you think about the Sri Lankans, you watch them and you go, is one of their past players in all of their technique? Yeah, they're great mimickers.
Here's a high blow towards straight long on. It's off the toe end of the bat. Catch won't be taken because it's somehow found the perfect gap between long on coming in and Mitchell Santner going back from mid-off. Perera will be saying to himself, that's just magnificent placement, I think you'll find. In fact, it was Asalanka. My apologies, similar stature and left-handed batsman. But a single nonetheless. Good over this, though, from Henry. 3 singles and a dot ball. 2 balls remaining in his third. 1 for 19. It's 126 for 3. From over the wicket, he bowls to the left-hander. Short, and it's pulled away. Short fine leg. Down to the fence. 4-4. The line all wrong there with the way that field is set. Hit high on the bat. Not a lot of power, but it went past short fine leg. Another big barrel boundary, 130 for 3.
Yeah, I don't like the fine leg getting done on the inside. It's always an easier line to run, wider. You get done on the inside, it's 4 every time. So you've got to stay a little bit finer, work your way out from that point.
$130 for the loss of 3. Last ball of the 14th over. Henry bowls again. Leg stump Yorker, but it's well played. Flicked away off the inner part of the bat. Might have actually gone between the legs, has it? It's gone out towards deep backward square for a single as Perera moves to 55. At the end of the 14th over, Sri Lanka going at 9.36. 131 for the loss of 3. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki.
TheMeatbox.co.nz, the meat box, that's what I said. I don't want anything else instead. TheMeatbox.co.nz.
The Meat Box delivers delicious, succulent, mouth-watering meat and more fresh to your door. Order today and go in this week's draw to win a new Weber Family Barbecue and meat pack worth over $1,200. T's and C's apply.
TheMeatbox.co.nz.
Fresh meat delivered fresh to your door.
Third T20 international commentary, thanks to Mighty Ape, swinging across to Mighty Mobile. A big finish here could have Sri Lanka pushing 200. They've got 6 overs remaining. They have 131 for the loss of 3 on the board, but they've got Mitchell Santner to contend with. Here's a reverse sweep up and over short third man. Oh, just inside the rope. Perera going to his money shot against the slower bowlers. He goes to 59 off just 30 balls. What a rollicking knock.
Yeah, you always got to remember, if you're going to put somebody back on that boundary, you've got to take them from somewhere else. That's pretty important. It just opens up the field to some other shot. So it's great cricket. It's forcing New Zealand's hand all the time.
50-run partnership is off 52 off just 29 balls. Asalanka on 19, but Perera is the danger man. He's on 59 and now sweeps through forward of square. Seems a little bit of a letdown when he gets a single.
They just like to attack that first ball off the spinner, hitting him to the vacant areas. And they cruise their way through and over, and if they get an opportunity, they pounce on it again. It's a great way of setting your over up as a batsman.
Centre bowling to Asalanka, who powerfully sweeps over mid-wicket, and that sails towards the top of the bank. The man in the red shirt is bailed. What a lame attempt. That's a big blow, though, just into his swinging arc, spinning back into him, and he's sent it 86 metres. Oh, the poor gentleman's tripped over some shrubbery. And he had his moment. And unfortunately, his mates are already on the phone to him. 142 for 3, much wider of off stump. Short though, leaning back, hitting high over long off. That's 6 more. Asalanka says, Kusal, I will join you in feasting on the New Zealand bowlers. It's 148 for 3. He's up to 31 in a blink of an eye, and the run rate's over 10.
Actually, this is a wonderful shot over long off. It's short and wide, and he's just baseball hit that down the ground, but with wonderful control. It's a gorgeous shot.
It really is. Left centre field.
Yeah.
Just weighted. Santner goes even wider off stump, and he does well to get a bit of bat on it and plays it through the point region for a single. You know you're doing well when you're throwing Mitch and Santner off his line and length, as we've seen it as much the last 2 balls. 149 for 3.
Well, to be fair, I think Mitchell Santner's deliberately bowled that outside the wide line to make him chase it as a defensive ploy.
If he didn't chase it, that is a wide. So, what's that? It's 18 off the over already. He's another reverse sweep. Top edge. Can third man get back? Duffy! Oh, he's dropped it. It was awkward height, and it's going to race away to the boundary for 4. Sort of both hands above his right shoulder. Hit the heel of the hand and has raced away. Another 4. And it's now 153 for the loss of 3. 15 overs gone. Asalanka's 32 and Perera profits. He's now 64 off 32, John Bracewell. Huge over. 22 off it.
Yeah, massive over. It's Duffy's got his hands in the wrong place here. He's going back. He's gone for the reverse cut, but it's got too close to him. It's not always, because it's over your head, the ideal position to have your fingers up. And he's got too close to this, and you're right, he's heeled it over the boundary. A fantastic over from Sri Lanka. They've taken it, Mitchell Santner, for the first time in the series, and put themselves in a wonderful position to be able to launch in the final overs. Yeah, he's just got his hands in an awkward position.
What a wonderful position for Sri Lanka as Duffy now has ball in hand. He starts with a low full toss on middle, and it's worked away through square leg by Asalanka. He goes to 33. It's 154 for the loss of 3. How many? Let's do a big barrel boundary count. 15 fours and 7 sixes. 3 of them to Asalanka, who I was riding early for being very slow out of the gate. I think he was 1 off 6.
Yeah, I think we've had 3 drop catches and a wicket off a no ball.
Duffy, real effort ball, hits hard length, gets high on the left-hander. Perera does well to manoeuvre the ball to the onside into a gap through mid-wicket for a single, 155 for 3.
So they're the margins of the game. That's, the equivalent of a collapse, really. So Sri Lanka have managed to keep it all together and now actually launching. Less than 5 overs, 4.4 overs remaining. Really set themselves a platform to go here. Looking to get 50 runs off the last few overs.
Duffy, 1 for 12 thus far. He bowls very well again. It's a Yorker angling in towards leg stump. Asalanka holds his shape, nudges through the offside, just a single. New Zealand will take that every day at this stage. Very well bowled here from Duffy as we look. Bunnings Trade replay. Thanks to Bunnings Trade.
Yeah, it's nice to see a guy have good control over his Yorker.
Yeah.
And that's a swinging Yorker as well. So it's a very, very good ball, and have the courage to bowl it and execute.
What will he come up with here? He goes low full toss right into the happy zone of Perera, just missed by a touch, but that, I guess, is the risk when you go to the Yorker. He's got it just above ankle height, and it's been swatted away down to the fence for 4 more. In fact, it's much higher. As I check the replay, it's knee height. What am I looking at, Braces? 1 bounce into the fence for another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
Yeah, you're right, but that's the margins of going Yorker. If you miss by 6 inches on its flight, you either bowled a half volley or you're bowling a full toss that you can get under, especially if you bowl the swinging one, because you've got the momentum of the swing coming into you. Means you can pick the ball up, as he has done there, and find space through the pace off the bat.
Scoreboard looking pretty healthy. 160 for the loss of 3 on the Kiwibank scoreboard. Duffy bowls again into the pads, or thigh pad of the left-hander Perera. Takes his bottom hand off the bat. It's going to be a run. We look to umpire Brown, who's going to signal nothing. So single to Perera.
I think he took that on the glove and it's hurt him. So he's going for the spray.
Yeah, left index finger it looks like. Let's check the Bunnings Trade replay. Yeah, it has. Flush onto the bottom hand of the bat. Immediately came off. Starts shaking. And immediately, very well bowled by Duffy. It shows there's that. Is it just me? Does he look a little bit quicker over the last summer or 2?
Yeah, well, when he was young, he was actually quite young. He was quite quick. And I think they kind of made a few changes to his action and things like that. And you've got a struggling Otago team and you're bowling more and more overs and those sorts of things, and you tend to go a little bit more control. I think he's always had that potential to be a lot quicker. He's been a good bowler for a long time.
So let's recap what has happened on the Kiwibank scoreboard. This is Kiwi with a slight delay. Nissanka made 14, Mendis 22, Avishka Fernando made 17. When he departed, it was 83 for the loss of 3 after 9.2 overs. But since then, a brilliant partnership between the two left-handers, the skipper Asalanka and predominantly Perera. Kusal Perera has played a beautiful hand for his side, and their partnership is worth 78 braces off just 39 balls. And the scoreboard reads 161 for the loss of 3, with Kusal Perera on 70 off 35 balls. He's at 11 fours and 1 6. Asalanka's dealt in 6s more so. He's got 3 of them and a 4, 34 off 21. New Zealand bowling figures: Henry 1 for 24 off 3. Duffy is 1 for 18. He's got 1 ball remaining in his third over. Foulkes, none for 36 off 3. Santner, 1 for 36 off 3. Bracewell, none for 34 off 3. And Phillips, none for 12 off his 1. You're listening to commentary of the third T20. Thanks to Mighty 8. Mighty Mobile. Get 50% off prepay plans for 12 months. T's and C's apply. Perera is okay. He's at the non-strikers end. Asalanka facing up to Duffy. Hitting high over long on. I mean high. Is it long enough? It is. Sails over the rope, over the fence, and into the fans. How dare I doubt Asalanka? Every time he's gone for the big stroke, it has pretty much worked, and that is another big blow. Good way to end the over. After 16, Sri Lanka on top, 167 for 3.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Peroni, Asahi or Carlsberg 12-pack bottles.
Four overs remaining for Sri Lanka, who find themselves in a wonderful position. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki. NZ driving home with Suzuki. This glorious partnership for the fourth wicket continues. New over starting, hitting powerfully over a wideish mid-off, who's up inside the circle. 4 more. Perera says, I'll go offside, a bit like my mate Asalanka has done. And Foulkes is greeted with a boundary to start the new over. 171 for 3.
So this is a great shot off the back foot to a fuller ball. And using his bottom hand, he just guided that over extra cover and enough on it to race away for 4 runs. Once again, putting pressure on the first ball of the over.
Perera on 74. What will he do here? Hits a low full toss. Powerfully straight pass. Santner again long on. No chance to come across and cut it off. This man is on a tear. Kusal Perera 78 off 37 balls. So in 6.1 overs, he's got 78 of the 175 for 3 on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard.
But playing good cricket shots. This is a lovely shot down the ground. Full toss, yes. It's just stayed nice and still and just belted it down the ground. I mean, mid-off, no chance, and mid-on, absolutely no chance of getting round.
Foulkes bowls shorter, slower ball, pulled away from outside of off-stump through mid-wicket for just 1. Perera to 79, it's 176 for 3.
Certainly going to put New Zealand batters under pressure, that's for sure. Which is, in the long-term things, I think is a good thing. We've got to see if these guys, New Zealand batters, the young guys coming through, are actually capable of building good innings and attacking at a rate.
Partnership is 93. And 6 more braces. Is it pulled away? Oh, no, screaming catch. Oh, I thought he had it. It was Robinson, who leapt high, 2 hands on the rope, and as he's falling over, he flicks it in, and then only got 1 hand to it and put it down. So the question is, has he touched the rope when he's got the ball? Because he's kept it in the field of play.
He did really well to get up. Just slightly lost his balance, but just couldn't get back in.
Yes.
No, I think he's hit the boundary. I think he may have hit the boundary before he released.
No, you're right, Braces. The left foot definitely hit the rope before he released. So anything after that Doesn't matter. So Robinson, very difficult chance. 6 more, though. That's the important thing. And Asalanka now is going at a strike rate of 200. This partnership, wow, is 99. They've got 88 runs off the last 34 balls. Braces, that's 15 and a half and over. New Zealand's bowling been put to the sword, 182 for 3. Foulkes has gone for 50 already, and now he bowls a leg side wide. 183 for the loss of 3 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth Dulux.
Yeah, sometimes it's just in order for you to develop a side over a long period of time, you actually need to see how they react under some pressure. You can't always be front runners because that's not the way the game works, regardless of where we'd like it or not. So this is a good test for the New Zealand bowlers and will be for the batters.
Short, wide of off stump, stand, deliver, hit out to deep mid-wicket, but it's going to be caught and is by Phillips. This brilliant partnership comes to an end, but it's probably a game-changing one because they've added 100 off just 45 balls, and Asalanka searching for another 6. He falls looking for his 6th, but what a knock from the skipper. 46 off 24 balls, but he goes. Caught Phillips, bowled Foulkes. 183 for the loss of 4, still 1 ball remaining in the 17th.
And that's the ball that Foulkes often bowls, is an extraordinarily slow bouncer that actually is so short that it's actually on its way down by the time the batsman hits it. Now they really struggle to get the timing that they want. And he's picked out the fielder. Good catch coming in from Glenn Phillips.
Boy, New Zealand needed that. Asalanka was 1 off 6, and then the next 18 balls he just walloped 45 runs. Rajapaksa is the new batsman. And here we have free licence to swing hard. So Foulkes now 1 for 52 off 3.5 overs. He has been expensive and it's been a little bit wayward, both line and lengths. He's bowled both sides, and that's probably the reason. Braces in 3.5 overs, he's been hit for 9 big barrel boundaries, 7 4s and 2 6s.
Yeah, they've taken to him today, but he's not the only one. He's just got the rough end of what has been a very, very good batting display.
Of course, Kusal Perera is there. The key for the new man is get him on strike. Rajapaksa, left-hander also. He's on strike, dances down the wicket. It's a slower, short ball as his Foulkes want often at this stage of the innings, and he's completely deceived. He's dropped the pace down to 100k there. At the end of the 17th over, the partnership is finally broken, but Sri Lanka well on top, 183 for 4.
Celebrating the greatest New Zealand cricketers of all time thanks to Kiwi Bank. This is Celebrating Kiwi. This is Kiwi Bank. Named Wisden Cricketer of the Year in 1985 and credited as one of the best young batsmen in the world, Martin Crowe would go on to be player of the tournament at the 1992 World Cup and hold the record for the most one-day and test runs.
Oh, he played that away brilliantly, pulling it away off his pads. It was a marvellous stroke by Crowe.
This is Celebrating Kiwi. This is Kiwi Bank.
3 overs remain. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Trade Staff, New Zealand's flexible workforce. Perera, 79 not out. He waits for Matt Henry, his 4th and final over. 1 for 24. He starts with a wide Yorker. That's going to get a bottom edge and go past Hay. It's trickling slowly. It won't get to the rope. Ravindra gets there, but they'll come back for 2. 81 to Perera, 185 for 4.
It's been an outstanding innings from Perera. And Henry going for the Yorker, wide Yorker, the inside edge, beating Hay on the inside. Just not getting enough on it to run away to the boundary.
Commentary of the 3rd T20 on Sport Nation thanks to Mighty 8. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. And Perera's got a free licence to do that. Swing away, that is. He's 81 and he waits and he gets a wide full delivery. That is going to be judged wide, very close to that black line that indicates legal delivery. Umpire Brown, a pretty good bowler on his own right, decides no. Sorry, Matt, that is a wide. 186 for 4. And I think he was wrong.
Actually, Pereira's actually played that up.
Yeah.
So he's thrown himself as though I can't reach that ump.
Well, he's backed slightly out of a leg stump, isn't he?
Exactly right.
He's not the tallest, and he flung everything out and made it quite theatrical. So, well done, Perera. You have duped the umpire. 186 for 4. Henry bowls. Swing and a miss to a length ball. He'll be frustrated there, Perera. That was there to hit over mid-wicket as he was trying to power the ball away. Dot ball.
Actually, this is the first time he's really lost his shape. He's trying to slog the ball now, and that's what happens to teams that going down towards the end of an innings. What got them to that point where they were in control, they tend to forget and want to overhit the ball. He's actually just played good cricket shots up to this point. He needs to go back to that.
He waits on 81, sees Henry bowl a low full toss that he smashed away through square leg. I think that's gone all the way. We'll have to check the batting straight replay. No, umpire Brown says, what are you talking about, Daniel? That's 6. 192 for 4. Perera to 87, a career best knock. He's hunting 100.
Yeah, that's not a great ball for Matt Henry. It's almost a shin-high full toss on the pad, so he's only just picked this up with the momentum.
Not a long boundary out that way, 63 metres. Dispatched, 192 for 4. Well, after 10, 11 overs, we thought 200's on. 200 now would be disappointing. I want to go well beyond that. 2.5 overs remain. Now hit down the ground uppishly. On the bat. See it pitch and allow mid-off to come around. Bracewell does very well and prevents a second, but Perera moves to 89, going past his career best total with the previous shot. He made 84. But if he can face off the 14 balls, maybe 10 of those, he'll have no problem getting to 100.
Yeah, once again, he's lost a little bit of shape there. This is the first time he's bunted one down the ground, which was a slog, rather than just line driving it, almost like a baseball shot.
He waits, gets a bouncer that he pulls powerfully through mid-wicket. That might be the best shot of them all. It's around shoulder height, but he's crushed it, Braces. What a way to go to 200. Perera's 95. 1 ball remaining in the 18th over. Another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
Actually, he's dragged that from outside off stump over a wide mid-wicket. Almost a pull hook shot off the front foot. His head height was the right height, right line. But he's in such good form, he's been able to hit that with immense power for 6.
17 runs off this over, 1 ball remaining. Perera on 95, and he smokes it over extra cover for 6. What a way to get to 100. His maiden T20 100. And it's as good as you will ever see. Of 44 balls. He has plundered New Zealand, Perera. 206 for 4.
I think he's left his best shot to bring up the 100. That's a beautiful shot over extra cover. One of the hardest shots in the game to play. He's just caressed this over wide extra cover. Beautiful shot. Matt Henry's tried to go across him. Bringing up a wonderful 100. Just picked his spots and just hammered it.
Held his shape then, didn't he, Braces?
He isn't. When he doesn't overhit it, he's a beautiful striker of a cricket ball.
John Bracewell providing expert comments with class thinking farm equipment, choose class built to perform. But Perera performing better than anyone. 101 off 44 balls. Maiden T20 100. And a breathtaking one off 44 balls with 13 fours and now 4 sixes. And Daryl Mitchell's bowling the 19th over. New Zealand on their heels. He starts and it's hit uppishly through mid-off by Rajapaksa, who unfortunately can't find a gap, so he will remain on naught.
Daryl Mitchell just hasn't come on to the bat there, and he's almost picked out extra cover, clothed it. Here bowl sneaky little cutters and slower balls and huff and puff. For 6 balls, old Daryl.
Might break 100k a couple of times.
Yeah, I know, but he's often used as a death bowler, one over bowler.
There's pace on, back of a length, is rolling the ball down towards short third man. Rajapaksa has done his job. He gets a single, gets Perera back on strike. It's 207 for the loss of 4. Commentary of the third T20. Thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across to Mighty Mobile.
And he warms up thoroughly for that one over as well.
I was watching a game the other day. Dinesh Sodhi came on in the 7th over. He warmed up for about 6 overs. Message received, Skip. Mitchell bouncing in. Effort ball, and that's a dot ball too. Trying to drag it onside off the front foot was Perera. Hit it hard into the pitch and bounced up at a nice height for Mitchell to get a hand on it. Dot ball, 207 for the loss of 4 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing, worth Dulux.
Daryl Mitchell dragging it back.
He's thinking to himself, why wasn't I on earlier?
Oh, he's always thinking that. Don't worry about that.
On in the 19th over and doing a good job thus far. 3 balls remaining in his over. He's bowling to Perera, who slices one off the top edge to backward point. This could be the end of a superb innings. It is. Kusal Perera goes, and Daryl Mitchell's having quite the over. The danger man departs. A memorable 101 of 46. And when he gets towards the boundary, he will get quite the ovation, I'm certain of.
Yeah, that's the end of an outstanding innings. Ball bowl from Daryl Mitchell going really wide with a slower ball. Good catch from Verinda. This is an outstanding performance from Perera. The ball striking nice and still. Great lesson for kids. Watching a cricketer like that play the way he has. Picked his balls early in an over and then took advantage of it from there as New Zealand almost tried to chase the over most of the time. He picked up 4s and 6s early and then cruised his way through. Repeat and rinse throughout 20 overs, really.
Commentary of the third T20, thanks to Mighty Up. Swinging across to Mighty Mobile, and coming out, that's going to be Chamidu Wickramasinghe, the batting all-rounder, in the side to bolster the batting. Don't really need him today.
Yeah, we've got about halfway through and they're going, probably got one batter too many now.
Can we sub one out? Just his third T20 international. He's only got 8 runs. He's consistent. He's had a 4 not out and a 4 not out. Left-hander. Another. Of course he's a left-hander. He plays for Sri Lanka. 207 for the loss of 5. Mitchell starts slow ball. He's hit it quite nicely, upwardly through cover, but Foulkes is there to field a single. 208 for the loss of 5. I'd love to know the proportion of left-handers in the history of Sri Lankan cricket. They have had so many over the years, and some pretty fine ones too. Whether it's the ferocity of Jayasuriya, the grace of Sangakkara, the combativeness of Ranatunga.
Oh, that's where it all started.
a little late cut down to third man, off stump. Here's Mitchell bowling to Rajapaksa. He might get another wicket. No, it's just ballooned over point, and that's going to creep away to the fence for 4, sullying an otherwise excellent over from Daryl Mitchell, who's mumbling to himself because his one and only over has picked up the wicket. He's only gone for 6 runs and 4 runs off the last ball of the over, and it wasn't too far away. Slow ball and advancing Rajapaksa, slicing the ball over short third man and down to the fence for 4 for a big barrel boundary. 212 for 5.
Yeah, 212 on the board. Sri Lankans will be working out the tactics of how they're going to use their bowlers, and I'm picking that a lot of off-pace balls going to be bowled in this match in the next 20 overs.
With the delayed start, the change of innings will be only 10 minutes, not the regular time, so that's why, part of the reasons why we're not going to lose any overs. And the fans will be thankful of that, because if New Zealand get this, races, there's going to be fireworks. 212 for 5. Last over of the innings. The Duff man has the ball. 1 for 24 off 3. He starts around the wicket, bowling to Wickramasinghe, who goes across the stumps and then tries to scoop him over the keeper's head. He swings, he misses.
Yeah, the New Zealand side, we're thinking that's probably the way the Sri Lankans are playing. That's, it is par. But we know that 168 is par, I think, was said at the very beginning.
Well, they haven't played many games here, as you said at the top of the program. Braces, it's sort of hard to get a gauge on what's a good score. We know this is a very good score. Here's another swing and a miss as the head went to the right and over mid-wicket before the ball hit the bat. And Wickramasinghe missing out here. 2 dot balls to start the last over. 212 for 5 remains on the Dulux scoreboard.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to see how New Zealand construct their innings really under this sort of pressure.
With anger at the top.
There's a lot of learning to be done, isn't there? So,
Robinson young in his career. Ravindra, lean series. He's a low full toss that's going to be worked into the extra cover region. The throw comes in, but they were clearly home. Just 1 run. Duffy doing a good job once more. Gee, we've said that a lot in the last 3 games. 213 for 5.
If you ever look in the context of the match, Duffy at the moment is 3.3, 1 for 25. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. If you can go well below the rate, then you've done a pretty good job for your team.
Henry's gone at 11.75, 13s to Foulkes. Santner's gone at 12, 11 to Bracewell, 12 to Phillips. But Duffy, he's a powerful lofted drive that goes out through point for a single. So 2 runs off the first 4 balls of the last over. 214 for 5. Wickramasinghe on strike. Rajapaksa is moving to 6 with that single. Duffy only 1 4 and 2 6s. And that. 10 dot balls. He's in again, and here's another dot ball. It's full outside of off stump, and Wickramasinghe did not learn his lesson as he tried again a ramp stroke as he went a long way outside of off stump. A lot of moving parts here, and he misses out, and so do Sri Lanka. 214 for 5 remains on the Kiwibank scoreboard. Crowd encouraging Duffy. It's been a fine last couple of overs from a New Zealand perspective. Just 6 runs off the 19th over. 2 thus far. Here's a top edge that's going to go down to the fence for 4. Fortune favours the brave, and Wickramasinghe. It's a top edge, healthy top edge as he advanced down towards Duffy, who went with an off-pace delivery. But still a very, very strong total has been posted by Sri Lanka. They will finish John Bracewell at 218 for 5.
Yeah, I think New Zealand will reflect and say, well, if we had taken our chances, we might have been more in the game. Sri Lanka will be going, yep, we've done pretty well there. And I think that they'll be saying that we're ahead of the game. And ahead of the game because they've actually probably got the skill sets to be able to stop New Zealand. Should have. Because you've seen that off-pace deliveries have been quite difficult. What they didn't do, though, is they didn't spend too many balls getting in. They sized it up really, really quickly, recognised that the air was going to be their friend, but stayed very still when they struck. An enormous amount of 6s on what seems like a small ground, but it's not that small really. And they cleared the boundary by quite some distance.
12 of them.
Yeah, and they picked on the overs early. They picked on the right bowlers. They made sure that they stayed ahead of the game. They didn't try and chase 250, which is often the case when you start to get ahead and you start to thrash at the ball. So the control that they showed was really, really measured, and congratulations to them. It's a very good target. It's going to be difficult for New Zealand, but equally I'm looking forward to seeing how New Zealand actually attack this and whether they can actually control their emotions, stay calm, but also be very measured where they strike.
219 will be the target for Sri Lanka. Perera, the star without question, has made in T20 101 of 46 balls, 13 fours, my apologies, and 4 sixes. Quite a task for New Zealand, who will start their run chase in about 8 minutes' time, needing 219 to make it a 3-0 series sweep.
Need a new tractor-mounted mower? Now's the perfect time to upgrade to a Class. For a limited time, get a 2-year warranty on selected Class Disco mowers, built for performance and backed with double the coverage. Buy now and don't start payments until August 2025. Plus, get a parts accessory pack valued over $1,100 and the peace of mind of that 2-year warranty. But hurry, offer ends soon. Visit your Class hub.
At Bunnings Trade, if you're on the tools over the holiday period, so are we. Our stores are open early till late and on the weekends to help you get the job done. Head in store or contact the Trade Assist team on 0800 134 872 for a quick quote. Bunnings Trade, helping business is our trade.
There's so much jobs chat at the moment, it's easy to get caught up in tricky employment details. If you want to hire staff or you're looking for a new job, we'll make it easy for you. For over 28 years, we've been the answer. Nothing's changed. It's still tradestaff.co.nz.
Thanks to Suzuki. Catch it! Hot deals on Suzuki wheels. And Trade Staff use our workers to get the job done.
You're listening to live coverage of international T20 cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps versus Sri Lanka.
Swing across to
Mother Nature throws down. With Dulux Weather Shield, your home stays solid at the crease. Protection against peeling, flaking, blistering for as long as you live in your home. Face the elements with confidence. Visit dulux.co.nz to get started on your project and stay ahead of the game season after season with Dulux Weather Shield. Sure.
goodness.
Cricket in 2025 braces, caught on the boundary by the wicketkeeper. It's to throw it, and what a moment that is. 24 with the loss of the first wicket now, 24 for 1. Bowls again, dragging the length down. It's pulled, but off the top edge, it's ballooning towards mid-wicket, going back, and the beast has taken another good catch. Look at those huge hands around it. Steepling bounce has caught the right-hander off guard. Half-hearted pull stroke, this top-edged, and between the 30-metre rope and the boundary, a retreating Bracewell takes the catch. The second wicket falls throughout this innings, and here's another audacious stroke. Once more, he's gone well outside of off stump and then taken a half volley and hit it square through square leg for 6. Perera, picture perfect. He's 48 off 24, going at 200. That's 119 for 3. Crowd encouraging Duffy. It's been a fine last couple of overs from a New Zealand perspective. Just 6 runs off the 19th over. 2 thus far. It's a top edge that's going to go down to the fence for 4. Fortune favours the brave, and Wickramasinghe. It's a top edge, healthy top edge as he advanced down towards Duffy, who went with an off-pace delivery. But still a very, very strong total has been posted by Sri Lanka. They will finish John Bracewell at 218 for... So there we have it. Plenty of highlights in the Sri Lankan innings of 218 for the loss of 5. Nissanka made 14 off 12. Kusal Mendis made 22 off 16. But it was Kusal Perera batting at number 3, the star. 101 off 46 balls, 13 fours, 4 sixes, striking at 219. Incredible stuff. Avishka Fernando made 17. Charith Asalanka, he was the key man alongside Perera. They put on 100 runs for the 4th wicket, taking Sri Lanka from 83 for 3 in the 10th over through to 183. When he departed for the 5th ball of the 17th over, making 46 off 24. He hit 5 sixes. Rajapaksa 6 off 5, and Wickramasinghe 6 off 6 at the end with 6 extras. 218 for the loss of 5. For New Zealand, the bowling figures: Henry 1 for 47, Duffy 1 for 30 off his 4, both bowled 4. Foulkes bowled 4, 1 for 52. Not often do you see Santner only bowl 3 overs, 1 for 36. Bracewell none for 34 off his 3 overs. Phillips none for 12 off 1, and Mitchell bowled the 19th over and bowled very well, conceding just 6, including a boundary off the last ball he bowled, and he got rid of Perera. So the chase is 219. Robinson on strike. Ravindra at the other end as the right arm over Wickramasinghe. Bowling seam up, looking to swing it away from Robinson, who defends from the crease line. Lovely seam presentation, perfect. Yeah, release, a little bit of movement away, but he's right in behind and defending.
Really good start-up ball. Nice little bit of swing. Top of off stump, just where you'd want to put your first delivery. Nice action.
A slip, short third man. Deep backward point in position. Robinson, right-hander waits, comes down, hits uppishly to mid-off and just wide of the diving mid-off, away to his left. Down to the fence for 4. Robinson underway with a lovely-looking boundary. 4 without loss.
It's a nice shot from Robinson. He's just come down the wicket. He's got himself set. So he's come down early, got himself set, and just played the ball wide of mid-off, giving him no chance of pulling that one in. Very nice. Hasn't tried to overhit it. Kept his shape.
Robinson, the right-hander, waits. From the crease line, he comes forward, defends inside edge into the pad. Trickles out square of the wicket, but only a couple of feet away from the stumps, meaning they can steal a single, 5 without loss.
Just an explanation on keeping your shape. You know, I use that term quite a bit. It's when a guy plays a shot, or a person plays the shot, and they're not pulled off balance. They're able to stabilise, play the ball, and then not move again their feet. So they're not being pulled off balance. They've got themselves a nice base, so they haven't had to overhit the ball and been able to strike the ball strongly. So that's what I mean when I say it keeps his shape. Often guys swing themselves almost out of their shoes. And then they spend the rest of the time trying to regain their balance.
3 balls into the run chase. 219 is the target. Wickramasinghe, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Ravindra, who hits fluidly through the offside, sort of hitting up and over the point region. And actually, it's going to beat deep backward point, who came around. I thought Fernando was going to get there, but he said it much more sweetly than I thought. So Rachin Ravindra gets underway with the boundary. It's 9 without loss in the first over.
Yeah, with any luck, the outfield is drying out a little bit, becoming a little bit quicker. That's run away. Nice shot, just played deliberately over the top of the cover fielder. Once again, he just hasn't tried to overhit that. Just cleared the field.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff. Use our workers to get the job done. Wickramasinghe, all balls into his first over. He's going to go round the wicket this time to Rachin Ravindra, and a low full toss hammered into the cover region. Well stopped though, diving away to the right-hand side, prevents a certain boundary. And a single will take the score to 10 without loss.
A little bit unlucky there, Ravindra. He just unable to capitalise on a full toss. Hit hard into the covers. Good diving stop in the covers.
New Zealand will have to reach uncharted territory if they're to win this game. Never have they chased score this big. Their previous best was 202 for 5 in Hamilton in 2012 against Zimbabwe. Only 219 today as Robinson hitting the ball on the out, but catches the outside part of the bat, goes through point for a single, and there will be 1 run. The end of the the first over. Let's not get carried away, braces. 11 without loss. Robinson 6, Ravindra is on 5, and a good start in pursuit of this very daunting total of 219.
Yeah, it is a good start. Yes, it is a good start from New Zealand. Robinson 6 from 4, Ravindra 5 from 2, 11 from the first over. So without any urgency, without any desperation, a couple of nice boundary shots to get themselves underway. Getting the pace of this surface is going to be really, really a key to chasing this total down.
So, Binura Fernando is impressed, especially in game number 1. He was all over Rachin Ravindra. I think 3 playing misses before he finally had him caught behind. Or have I got my Fernandos mixed up? I think I have. It's going to be the right arm pace bowler, Thushara. In fact, my apologies. Easy to spot when he gets to the crease, because it just looks like Mr. Malinga. Single as it's pushed into the offside, 12 without loss. There's the man I want to see, Fernando, rocking his Goran Ivanisevic headband. Fantastic. Angry too. He's got an angry, sulky face on. He wants the new ball, but Nuwan Thushara got a pretty good T20 career record, to be fair. 25 wickets at 16, economy rate under 8. You take those numbers any day of the week. 12 without loss, New Zealand, after that single to Robinson, who's 7. Commentary of the third T20 International with Mighty Ape, swinging across to Mighty Mobile. It is 12 without loss. The right armour is in again, full, and worked away off the front foot by Ravindra, picking out the mid-wicket. There's no run because Kamindu Mendis, who's not in the side but on the field, does the fielding.
Yeah, very full ball, trying to get under the bat of Ravindra. It's jarred his hand as he's dug out a Yorker. He's going to find the margin of error with the Yorker. You've got to be deadly accurate. The sling bowlers tend to be able to bowl it a little bit easier.
Zara stares at the ground as he starts his approach, and then halfway up, sort of eyes up, sees the batsman. He bowls full, and it's driven up towards mid-off. Running with the stroke is Ravindra, moving to 6. It's 13 without loss.
really like this technique in T20, the round arm slinging technique as a bowling option.
You think some coaches at under 13 this coming Saturday can get this ball sidearm, please?
Well, it depends on how much money you want to make and how much cricket you want to play. You don't just want to play T20 cricket around the world, and plenty do.
Robinson now on strike, the right-hander on 7. It's 13 without loss on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard. He stands nice and still and hits uppishly, and once more is going to beat mid-off. Hasn't hit this one as cleanly as his first boundary. Lumbering after it was Perera, Asalanka in fact, who underarms it back, and it's reasonably untidy. I'll be quite nice, shall I say. 16 without loss as Robinson advances to 10, chasing 219 New Zealand to make it a 3-0 series win.
Straight away he's gone to the slower ball. He's bowled that undercutting off cutter. When I say that, it's because his arm is so low, he's almost spinning under the ball, and that takes a lot of pace off it.
I'll make another correction. It was actually Bhanuka Rajapaksa, another powerfully built left-hander. Easy to confuse. Full delivery, swinging into the pads, thudding into the pads, maybe the front, then the back, but it's clearly missing leg stump. Now, that is well bowled. And that's when he's at his best, when he can get the ball just to shape back into the left-handers. Of course, last year his highlight was a T20 hat-trick where he bowled 3 magnificent balls that would have hit the top of off-stump. Bangladesh players are all at sea. Front on, defending, never a good sign, is it, Braces? Defending from the crease with both shoulders pointed to the bowler. That's called squared up, 16 without loss.
It's called French cricket, isn't it?
French cricket. But if you rocked up to under 13 cricket in 1995 bowling like this, you would have been sent home.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Can't do this.
How annoying is that?
Yeah. Summer of cricket with trade staff. Here's an inside edge onto pads from Ravindra, trying to work the ball to the onside. He couldn't get the job done, unlike trade staff. Use our workers to get the job done. After 2, it's 16 without loss.
Celebrate these hot deals only at Big Barrel. Chivas Regal 12-year-old 1 litre or Glenlivet 12-year-old 700ml, $69.99. Dewar's Whiskey 1 litre or Jim Beam or Canadian Club 1 litre, $43.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, you know, come to your store.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Trade Staff, New Zealand's flexible workforce. John Bracewell alongside me. New Zealand 219 is the target. Here we go, my boy's coming on now. Here's Fernando. Binura Fernando. Just an immaculately presented individual. Long flowing locks. Most easy action you'll see. Just wanders in. Bowls, back of a length outside of off stump, and Robinson trying to force through the offside. High on the bat, trickles to cover, no run.
Not dissimilar to Johnson from Australia, who is left arm and super quick.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's not left arm scary.
Super quick.
Yeah.
But Johnson had that. No, you're talking about
Spencer.
Mitchell. Yeah, Spencer Johnson.
Right. Yeah. The other left arm quick.
Yeah.
They grow on trees in Australia.
Beautiful action.
He really does. Gee, terrorised New Zealand, Eden Park. We were there last summer, 116 without loss. Here's Robinson launching him over mid-wicket. He's bowled full and into the pads. Tim Robinson says, thank you very much. And it's gone for 6, 22 without loss. Big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
Actually, that is a glorious shot. That's just in at his pads, but he's picked it up. He's cleared it slightly to get access to the ball. Hasn't feared the air. Nice balance. It's a beautiful balance.
Fernando, and again, slightly more aggressive run up, but takes some pace off, rolling the fingers over the ball and waiting and playing quite nicely as Robinson, though, through the vacant point region. They'll come back for 2. He's 18 off just 9. It's 24 without loss on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard. This is Kiwi.
I like that from Robinson. Get onto the back foot. He's bowled the cutter Hasn't tried to overhit that one as well. Just placed it into their point position. Scampered through for 2.
Fine leg, third man up inside the circle as Robinson says, don't worry about that, I'm just going to chip it over extra cover. Sort of Glenn Turner-esque for 2. Come back, make it quite easily. Throw didn't help, it was well over the keeper. The short fine leg can prevent any further run being taken. Once more a bit of a cutter. So there you go, John, you said it in between changes of innings that Sri Lanka will likely go to the off-pace deliveries. They're doing it a fair bit because Fernando and Bay Oval full and looking to swing it back into the right-hander. Not the case here. 26 without loss. John Bracewell providing expert comments with class. Class built for professional farmers. Fernando bowls into the pads of Robinson again, and he's drop-kicked this away towards long leg for 6. The young lady wearing a lovely floppy hat. Got 2 hands to it around shoulder height, and unfortunately then, John, it's gone through the hands and into a kid's.
Yeah, that's once again, he's just gone off pace. He's got the line wrong. Robinson is just nice and still. It's a gorgeous shot. He's picked it up on the drop kick, using the momentum. He's just dropped about 3 times. I think the mum was actually preventing it from hitting the kid, so she can be forgiven for dropping it.
Getting soft in 2025, Bryce. You normally expect high standards from everyone fielding.
Yeah, that was my pledge.
Yeah.
Soften up.
Soften. 32 without loss. Robinson hitting high, but up. Can Midoff get back and take the catch? No, just outside of the reach of Wickramasinghe. And there will be a couple more to the New Zealand total. Very good over for New Zealand. They've taken 18 runs off the third over and find themselves after 3 chasing 219, 34 without loss on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing, worth Dulux.
In cricket, success is built on sensible strategy and strong partnerships. The same is true for growing your financial future. FMT have partnered with Kiwi investors since 1996, delivering consistent, reliable returns year after year. Whether you're protecting your nest egg or setting up your next play, they're here to back you. To learn more about investing with FMT, visit fmt.co.nz. Past performance isn't a reliable indicator of future performance. First Mortgage Managers Limited is the issuer. For the PDSs, visit fmt.co.nz.
Big ask for New Zealand. They need 219 to win. You are listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Trade Staff, New Zealand's flexible workforce. But, John Bracewell, they've got a pretty good start here.
Yeah, New Zealand just got to change their strategy. They play everything now as though it's going to be a slower ball. And then you react to the quicker ball. You know what's coming. We've got this. The so-called off-spinner coming on now.
From one off-spinner to another, Theekshana starts his first over, but strays into the pads of Rachin Ravindra, but well positioned as the short fine leg, very fine. Around to his left means it will only be 1 leg by 35 without loss. Ravindra remains on 6, but Robinson has been the star. He's 28 off 12 and on strike.
The reason I say that is because it's not off-spinning as we traditionally know it. There's a lot of variations.
Are you poo-pooing it? Are you pooing his action?
No. Not his action. Not his action at all.
He buzzes in, all arms, and very quick through the air. That's right arm medium pace, but the problem is he's gone outside of leg stump, and Robinson just needs to stand and play a leg glance like it's the opener of a test match, and that's going to be 4 runs. That is poor bowling. That's the Karen ball, I think, out of the sort of flicks with the index finger. Accuracy, not right. The big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. 39 without loss. Robinson up to 32 off just 13. Robinson waits. Again, leg stump line tucked away forward of the wicket this time. Through mid-wicket, which is protected. New Zealand humming along. 40 without loss after 3.3 overs.
Yeah, so it's just the variety of balls that he bowls. I know what Ashwin said, how do you construct a 2020 over? And he says 6 well-constructed bad balls.
Well, there's hope for me yet. Here's Rachin Ravindra, who's pulling away through square leg, well placed. She's got such fast hands, seizes on the length, which is just a fraction back of a length. And with only 2 out inside the power play, he uses plenty of bottom hand to get it through square leg for a boundary.
Yeah, if you keep your hands back long enough, you're able to engage both hands. And the modern day cricketer certainly initiates a lot of bottom hand movement and power into his game.
This is better from the off spinner from around the wicket. Angling in towards off stump, leaning forward, pushing into the cover region is Ravindra. 44 without loss. The dream start for New Zealand, going at over 10 and over. Chasing 219.
Even that's 99 Ks.
Yeah. And again, straight approach, arms pumping furiously as he drifts into the pads of Ravindra. Calmly nudges just forward a square for a single. That's the end of 4 overs, 45 without loss. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Trade Staff. New Zealand's flexible workforce continues up after this.
The Meat Box, go top 10s in the Meat Box. That's
from the New Zealand pair. This has gone halfway down the pitch, maybe a foot off the block on the offside. And despite the bowler getting across quite quickly, they get home comfortably. 46 without loss, Ravindra to 12. Were you one to bite the ball, places?
Often I had to bite my tongue.
When Cody brings you on for 1 over before lunch. 46 without loss. Chasing 219 if you're just tuning into our coverage with Suzuki NZ. Driving home with Suzuki. Thushara from over the wicket. Again, Yorker. Very well bowled. Got under the bat of Robinson and just a little movement away from the right-hander as he sends signals to his Wellington teammate. It's actually hooped a long way on the Butting Stray replay. Thanks for Butting Stray.
Yeah, you can see that Robinson's now setting up for slow off-pace balls. So he's whacked in a quick Yorker. He wasn't able to move his feet over to it and adjust to it. So it's something he's got to be aware of.
Thushara in his second over, done for 6. Done a pretty good job through the opening 8 balls. He's bowled 4 dot balls. Head down, now up, sees his target, bowls another beauty. Swung away. If it didn't swing away, it's hitting off stump. He swung it too much, and Robinson, who's in good touch, really had no idea.
Same again, he double bluffed him. It's gone on pace, on pace. A lovely outswing.
I never know, is it a double bluff or just a bluff?
It's a double bluff.
Is it?
Yeah.
I have to get the dictionary out, mate. How much are you willing to put on it?
Don't ask me.
Yeah.
Why?
I think that's just a bluff.
Yeah.
46 without loss. Robinson 33. Thushara bowling again into the pads, gets a leading edge, chipping the ball fortuitously through cover point. Single. Not in control. This is a very good over from Thushara. 47 without loss on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard, chasing 219.
And the New Zealand side have to accept that when there is a good over, that basically is what they've got to deliver. They'll catch up later on. 120 balls is still a lot of balls. And you'll have some wonderful overs. You don't necessarily at this stage have to go searching for them. So just try and play catch-up at the late part of this over. You just take what's there, you get the opportunity, you score. You don't have to take undue risks at the moment.
Ravindra on 12 off 11 balls. And he waits, and he's hitting the pad. That's swinging down leg side. They've gone up. But no real interest of a review. And again, this is very good bowling. He's gone to a death line and length. And that one's swung out. Oh, but a no ball. A no ball. For the record, braces, an action or statement that is intended to appear as a bluff but is in fact genuine.
Yeah, double bluff.
It was a bluff. We're only in a small room for 3 hours today. What could possibly go wrong? 2 balls remaining in the fifth. It's 48 without loss. John Bracewell, as always, providing wonderful expert comments with class. Think farm equipment. Choose class built to perform. Thushara's doing that. He is performing. This has been very good. Full, straight, with pace and swing from a difficult angle. Solid at 2:33 o'clock on the clock, if you will, as he drops his arm again and bowls full. But this, he misses the length, the touch, and Ravindra's hit him out towards deep mid-wicket. It, of course, was a no ball. It was a free hit, so it's caught in the deep, and they'll scurry on back for 2. And that will bring up the 50. As Rachin Ravindra inspects the bottom of his bat, the free hit will see 2 more to the New Zealand total. They hit 50, good opening partnership. 50 on the board without the loss of a wicket on the Dulux scoreboard.
If they can get through the power play without any damage and be up with the rate, they've set themselves a lovely foundation, these two, for the New Zealand power players to come in and launch.
But such is the job at hand. Despite going at 10.5, they need over 11 to win. Here's a lovely stroke from Ravindra. He waited. Thushara's actually got it to swing the other way. It swung across the left-hander. But Ravindra's just waited, played it underneath his eyes, hard into the pitch, and it's bounced over backward point, down to the fence for 4. Oh, it's a cruel game for the bowlers. There was not much Thushara did wrong there, but 4 runs nonetheless. And at the end of the over, 5 overs into this run chase, New Zealand are 54 without loss, with Ravindra picking up his 3rd big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. He's 18 off 14, and Robinson is 34 off 17.
Yeah, it's a good start for New Zealand going into the power play over. Up with what you would regard as the rate in order to be able to launch from this point, or once they get through the next over anyway. They can be 60 off 6. No damage to the wicket column. They're in a very, very good position.
Theekshana to continue. Went for 10 runs off his first over. The off spinner, again, leg, stump line. He's really struggling to the right-hander. Robinson misses out, but because it's so far down the leg, it will be a wide. So after 5 overs, they were 50 without loss. Was it 54? In fact, might have been. After 6 overs, Sri Lanka themselves were 49 for 2 at the end of the power play. So New Zealand will finish ahead of that. So they work the ball through the onside off the bat of Robinson. There will be a single. 56 without loss. He's up to 35 on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard.
Very well done in the outfield there, getting in, stopping the 2. Both New Zealand batters were pretty keen on rotating and getting the 2 in there, but Sri Lanka on the game.
38 runs off the last 3 overs prior to this one. 18, 11 and 9 in the 3rd, 4th and 5th. Theekshana, a big appeal for LBW from around the wicket. That looks like it's missing leg. Umpire Haig is unmoved, and Theekshana's looking around, looking for some support. He ain't finding it anywhere, braces. Like, you probably have a bit of sympathy there.
Well, it was always going down, wasn't it? And he doesn't really turn it. So it was just a genuine slider. That's why I kind of don't regard him as an off-spinner.
Slow medium.
Yeah, and I mean, it's
also had the wrist of
kind of
Ravindra. Maybe clipped the glove. Would have been a tight one. on that front, but it's clearly going down the leg, as Brace has pointed out. 56 without loss, backing away outside of leg stump and then thrashing the ball through cover. Ooh, what a stroke that is. Ravindra moves to 22. It's 60 without loss.
I'd regard him as a modern-day Chris Harris.
Theekshana.
Yeah, just rolls his fingers over the ball, has subtle changes of pace, but generally it's 90k up. Spinners are generally around about between 95 down to 75.
I like it. Is he good in the cover region? That point. Theekshana full on leg stump, worked up to mid-on for 1 run off the bat of Ravindra. He's 23 at 61 without loss. And is he very good at? Is he good at kicking the ball away with his pads too?
Well, yeah, you're now nitpicking because he's also got a full head of hair.
We love you, Harry. One of the very best. Except when he's ordering a milkshake at 12 o'clock at night. Get what's going on there, Harry. 61 without loss. Robinson on strike on 35. He goes back and nudges uppishly through the vacant mid-wicket region for a single. So at the end of the power play, New Zealand are rollicking along at over 10 runs and over, 62 without loss. But for those who are just tuning into our coverage with trade staff, use our workers to get the job done. New Zealand need to go at quite a rate. 219 is the target. 11.08 is the required rate. Luckily, they've got another ball in the 6 over because I forgot about the wide. Here's Ravindra backing away again, trying to spear the ball through the point region. Diving stop. Won't prevent a run. So at the end of 6 overs, I promise this is the end of the power play now. It's 63 without loss, chasing 219 New Zealand.
Swing across to Mighty Mobile and get unlimited, uncapped data from just $25 a month. That's 50% off our best prepaid plans for 12 whole months. Whether you're at the beach, batch, or your favorite summer festival, we've made switching easy with Mighty Mobile's eSIM. Activate your eSIM directly from your phone in just 15 minutes, instant setup. No fuss, no worries. Ready for mighty savings with unlimited data? Sign up at mightymobile.co.nz. T's and C's apply.
63 without loss, New Zealand chasing what, unlikely 219?
Well, it's a tremendous start. You couldn't get a better foundation, could you? You get through the power play with no wickets lost. And according to the chart, we're ahead of West Sri Lanka. We're at the same stage, and they were 2 wickets down.
Yeah, 14 more runs New Zealand have, and they've lost 2 fewer wickets. So Hasaranga, the leg spinner, who relies heavily on a wonderful googly. He starts from over the wickets and slogs, swept immediately by Rachin Ravindra high into the improving Nelson sky. Burst of blue. We can see the ball sail over the rope for 6. His first 6. Big barrel boundary.
I was just about to say, this, in my opinion, it could be their danger man. Just as well I didn't.
To the right-handers. That's what Braces was thinking. Short, pulled away. All the way. An incredible attempt at deep mid-wicket, though, by, is that Nissanka?
I think he's actually hit that so hard, he's actually knocked the fielder over the boundary.
The only way I could describe it, it's like a goalkeeper going up and tipping one over the bar. He's just got enough on it that he thought he might be able to hold on to it. In fact, he's got a lot more on it. Braces, that's Glenn Maxwell territory from last night, is it not? And if he holds on to that, but unlike the big show, he didn't. 75 without loss as Ravindra goes back-to-back with 6s.
The big show's catch last night was one of the best I've ever seen.
Play and miss to a googly that's not picked by Ravindra, nor picked by the wicketkeeper, such as the nature of Hasaranga's googly. And there's a lot of players around the circuit, and we're going to see a couple added to the New Zealand total, will we? 2 buys? Or did he get a little nick on that? Didn't see a signal from the umpire. We get another look at this replay, the Bunnings trade replay. He leaps up one-handed, and it's in the hand, then just falls out as he starts to come down. Here's another drop, this time at point. A googly again. Ravindra went back, couldn't keep it down, and that's Rajapaksa diving away to his left and couldn't pouch it.
He's certainly asking some questions, as we thought he would.
He's no Harry at point. Harry would have taken that.
And stayed on his feet.
Yeah. Nissanka, the first attempt, very difficult. That one less so. Tough, but not taken. Crunching the ball off the back foot is Robinson. He moves to 37 through cover. It's 79 without loss. One ball remaining in the seventh. So 140 runs from 79 balls. This is a scenario on the Dulux scoreboard worth doing with Dulux. A hush in the crowd. Don't know why. A binge of boundaries. Short of length. Worked away through mid-wicket for one. Loud call of no from Robinson. Booming. No. The end of 7, 80 without loss.
The meatbox.co.nz. The
Suzuki NZ drive at home with Suzuki. 81 without loss. We're on the 8th over, chasing 219. A slow ball launched high over point, but should be taken and is. Robinson tried to hit through cover, has sliced it, and the breakthrough for Sri Lanka. Fine opening partnership comes to an end, but Fernando gets the wicket.
Yeah, he's gone wide with the slower ball. Robinson, who hadn't faced a lot the last 2 or 3 overs, struggled with the pace of that ball, off-paced ball, and couldn't quite get his timing. Ended up slicing it down point's throat. Easy catch, really. That's what happens when you have a partnership and somebody gets a flow on. The other guy almost can get out of form, especially on a 2-paced wicket. You've got to try and work out how you can keep guys on strike all the time.
Yeah, Grant Elliott always talks about that, how he loved batting with Kane Williamson because it was single, single, single. You're always on strike, but one of those players who deals in boundary, boundary, dot, dot, boundary, you feel like you're out of touch in an over.
Yeah.
In fairness, though, the guy at the other end was humming along.
Yeah,
he wasn't wasting balls.
Yeah. But that's kind of the nature of T20 cricket. It's sort of like one of the downsides of it is that if you don't keep strike, you can actually lose that rhythm that you had, that stillness, the calmness as well. You feel as though you're trying to catch up. All sorts of things go on.
Just losing his shape, trying to loft more over cover as we described, and sliced it out towards deep point, who took a fairly simple catch. So Robinson gone for 37 off 21. He was caught by Kamindu Mendis, the substitute fielder, off the bowling of Fernando. As Fernando, left arm over the wicket, continues to the new player, who is Chapman, onto the front foot. He turns the ball straight back to the bowler. There'll be no run.
It's nice the position New Zealand are in with Chapman coming in. got 2 left-handers at the crease now, but he's got some balls up his sleeve in order to get in and get the feel of the wicket, rather than having to come in and be behind the scoreboard and try and get the pace from ball one. He's got 2 or 3 balls up his sleeve just to get the measure of what's going on in the middle and get a feel for it.
Better over this. 3 balls, just 1 run off it and a wicket. A single here as Chapman starts, just nudging the ball backward a point, taking the score to 82 for the loss of 1 on the Kiwi Bank scoreboard.
And of all the New Zealand players, Chapman's probably one of the guys who's more geared up to low bouncing wickets than most. He's very strong from the waist down.
He's not the tallest, and he also sort of sags at the knee, doesn't he? Squats, gets very low, eye line's quite low on release.
He's got better at his pull shot as the years have gone by, but it's an area that often teams with pace attack because he likes to stay leg side.
Binura Fernando from over the wicket will bowl once more. Slow ball worked uppishly through mid-on by Ravindra.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, they'll come back for 2. Well judged. It crept just over the 30-metre circle. It's a long chase in, and Chapman pushed hard, and he gets a thumbs up from Ravindra as a result. So 1 ball remaining in the 8th, 84 for the loss of 1. New Zealand chasing 219. Still got to go at 11 runs plus from here on in if they're to make it 3-0. Our coverage on Sport Nation, the summer of cricket with trade staff, New Zealand's flexible workforce. Fernando looking to finish this over, and he does it well. Fallen on middle stump, worked up towards mid-on for a single, 85 for the loss of 1. Ravindra will retain the strike. He's 44.
It's a very good over. Pulling the game back to Sri Lanka to a certain extent, but New Zealand's still got plenty of wickets in hand. Yeah, just announcing that they're packed out crowd. So everybody's turned up from Nelson, which is really great.
And they got hold of your CD, by the sounds.
It's not ever.
Is that how you saw him in the new year? Rocking away some to ABBA?
I flew in from Australia.
You're a big
straight to bed.
You were a big fan of Sri Lanka naming 3 Fernandos in their touring squad. And the ABBA fan that you are. 85 for the loss of 1, and we're going to see Charith Asalanka. We're wondering where the other bowling option would come from. It's going to be the skipper with his right arm off breaks, leisurely measured approach, couple of paces, and then flings it in towards the leg stump. Inside edge by Ravindra, takes it to short fine leg, but for a single.
To be fair, I was only a fan of 2 of the ABBAs.
Songs?
Yeah.
2 of the songs.
Yeah.
That blonde one and the brunette one. 86 for 1. Fine pop band. Even I can say that. Chapman straight into his work. He's hit it high. 9-iron, over the top, all the way. He's taken 2 balls, get his iron, and then knocks it out of the park. 92 for the loss of 1. A big barrel boundary.
Actually, he's flown the green, isn't he? It's a big putt back. Timed this beautifully. Just 1 step hit. Once again, just retaining his balance after the shot. He hasn't tried to overstrike it.
Oh, well, Asalanka do. He will continue around the wicket, bowling to the left-hander Chapman, bowling to 2 left-handers. Chapman outside a leg stump, tries to cut it through point. It's gone under the bat, past the gloves of the keeper, and trickling down towards the boundary, but Binura Fernando gets there, and there will be just waiting for a signal. So why are you looking at me like that?
What did you notice there?
That it kept quite low?
No. He threw it in with his right hand.
Oh, yes, Fernando, yeah. Take me back to working with Smithy the other night. He examined me on that one. Here's a flick to the onside towards Deepman. Wicket, and it's taken! Chapman again trying to hit straight, but he's dragged it onside. And Asalanka, who had a good day with the bat, has picked up an early wicket in his spell. And Chapman goes, caught in the deep at mid-wicket for 9.
Should be disappointed with this Chapman. He's ended up dragging that with his hands. Couldn't quite get to the pitch of it. To be able to hit it straight. It's held a little bit in the wicket. And he's picked out the man at deep mid-wicket. Just taking a little bit of pace off it, having the courage to do that, having been hit for 6 earlier in the over. Once again, the ebbs and flows of 2020 cricket. 2 wickets. And Sri Lanka right back in the game.
That they are. They got rid of Robinson in the 8th over with a score at 81, gone for 37. Now Mark Chapman goes, 5 balls stay, hit 1-6. It was a delicious stroke hitting down the ground. This one he was just defeated, didn't quite get to the pitch, as John Bracewell providing expert commentary with class built for professional farmers. Just dragged it onside, and it's a good catch by Nissanka coming in. He nearly took an outrageous one a couple of overs ago, leaping high on the boundary rope. This one had to come in, and he's taken it not far off the turf. And John Cena arrives, / Glenn Phillips, 94 for the loss of 2, chasing 219. He's surely not trying to hit it to mid-wicket, is he, Braces?
No,
that glorious blow straight down the ground.
He's been beaten by the lack of pace, and therefore his bottom hands ended up closing on it as he struggled to get to the pitch of it, and that's dragged it around.
Asalanka in again, goes over the wicket to Phillips, who waits, drives through mid-off for a single. He's off the mark immediately, and Rachin Ravindra back on strike. He's 45 off 27.
New Zealand get to 100 off the first 10, which they will do. Still in a pretty good position.
Put your coaching hat on. What number would you have in mind as Ravindra's going to work the ball through mid-wicket for 1? They might come back for 2 because it is Phillips who's a madman between the wicket. But quickly in, preventing that second. That is the end of 9 overs. Chasing 219, it's 96 for the loss of 2.
A batter's pads, gloves and helmet are their first line of defence. Unprotected, they're exposed to every delivery. Your home is no different, and that's where Dulux Weather Shield has you covered. Sun, rain, wind, whatever Mother Nature throws down, with Dulux Weather Shield, your home stays solid at the crease. Protection against peeling, flaking, blistering, for as long as you live in your home. Face the elements with confidence. Visit dulux.co.nz to get started on your project and stay ahead of the game, season after season, with Dulux Weather Shield.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Catch it. Hot deals on Suzuki wheels. Chasing 219 after 9 overs. New Zealand and 96 for 2. Sri Lanka were not 83 for the loss of 2. Before we had to go to that break, Braces, I was asking you from the coaching perspective. Sitting back, arms folded, as Hasaranga starts a new over. Slog sweep immediately like he did first ball of his first over. Rachin Ravindra has dispatched him over mid-wicket for a 6. Just his second T20 half-century that has come off 29 balls. 4 fours and 3 sixes. This one fetched from well outside of off-stump.
So he accelerated quite nicely in this innings. Let Robinson take the majority of the strike early on, and now he's taken control. A loss of 2 wickets while he's been in.
Hasaranga goes wider of off-stump. Swatted back past the bowler through the offside. Single, 103 for the loss of 2. What number would you have in your mind, Coach, after 10 overs chasing 219?
Well, I think if you can be at 100, but it's more about how much you've got stacked up in terms of wickets for your launch. So normally if you're, say, 3 down at 13 overs, that's when normally the 100 comes up in the 13th over. If you were 2-3 down, you can get to 180.
Asalanka bowling it to the right-hander. Phillips equally works the ball nicely straight down the ground for a single, 104 for 2.
So that's 8 overs. Oh, sorry, 7 overs. So if you were at 100, if you get to 110 chasing 120, then you're actually in a very good position if you've got 8 wickets still in the hutch.
Asalanka, the right arm leg spinner, pushing the ball across the left-handed. Ravindra drives the ball off one knee through mid-off for a single. He's 54 now, 105 for the loss of 2.
It's just whether you panic or not and trying to overhit.
Just take a leaf out of Perera's book today. Stand, don't overhit. It was just tuning into our coverage. A magnificent 100 off just 46 balls. He made 101. Phillips bunting to mid-on for a single. Accumulation over this after the single. Good running again. Ravindra pushing hard, coming back for a second.
And it's what I quite like about Phillips actually being given him a better batting role, because he actually needs to learn how to bat through a middle period. He's generally been a 21-ball hitter, and that's how he's made his money around the world. But now he's got to learn that more batsmanship involved in the game.
He's on 4 and he tries to hit uppishly through mid-wicket. Luckily for him, hasn't timed it all that well, or he could have gone in a similar way to Chapman, picking out deep mid-wicket. A single takes him to 5. It's 108 for 2 after 10, chasing 219.
So when you're a 21-ball hitter, you know, the odds are stacked slightly against you, being really successful all the time. So you tend to see ball, hit ball, as opposed to see space, hit space. And we've seen that a little bit even in his test play. He tends to be a see ball, I see the ball well, I hit the ball, rather than hitting into space and into areas. It's what you learn so well, and Ravindra and guys like that would learn so well when they bat with Kane Williamson. He's very much a see space player, and he plays into space all the time. He doesn't overhit the ball, he just plays to space.
And Phillips has that ability to run.
Oh,
like an angry hare.
Yeah. So he gets a bit, you'd almost say, a little bit hyper. But it's the position that he's batted in most of the time. It's a hyper position. You've got to kind of be on fire like that from ball 1.
Drinks currently on the field after 10 overs, 219 the target. Let's just remind you what happened earlier today. 218 for 5 for Sri Lanka. Nissanka made 14. Mendis 22. Perera, the innings we're talking about, 101 off 46 balls. Fernando 17. Fine innings by the skipper Asalanka, who made 46 off 24. He combined with Perera for a 100-run partnership for the 5th wicket. Rajapaksa made 6, Wickramasinghe 6 extras, 218 for 5. Henry 1 for 47, Duffy 1 for 30. They bowled 4 overs each, so did Foulkes 1 for 52. Santner only bowled 3, 1 for 36. Bracewell none for 34 off his 3. Phillips none for 12 off 1, and Mitchell came in and bowled the 19th over. Did a pretty good job, although he went for a 4 off his last ball, sullying his figures. 1 for 6, he got rid of Perera as well. In response to chasing this pretty daunting task, New Zealand got off to a very positive start. Inside 8 overs, Robinson and Ravindra put on 81 before Robinson was caught at deep point by the substitute fielder Mendis off the bowling of Fernando. His 37 off 21 balls, 2 4s, 2 6s on the big barrel boundary count, bigger range, bigger deals. Mark Chapman, short stay, launching his 3rd ball over long on for a gorgeous 6. Tried it again, but dragged it onside and was caught at deep mid-wicket for 9. Phillips is 5. Rachin Ravindra, though, with 4 4s and 3 6s off 31 balls, finds himself on 54, and he's been oh so strong both sides of the wicket, John.
Yeah, he's one of his finest innings in T20 to date, so statistically anyway. I like the way he rode through the period with Robinson. He allowed him to dominate the strike. He took his time, and then all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he caught him up and passed him.
Right, gentlemen.
And then he's gone on to date. So 54 runs off 31 balls is a very, very good start for the New Zealand side.
Umpire Brown says play on. Play will resume after the drinks break, and from around the wicket, the off-spinner Asalanka pushing the ball right across to the offside and can't get it inside that wide Marcus, so he starts with a freebie, 109 for the loss of 2. Asalanka 1 for 12. He bowls again. This one's hit uppishly through the cover region off the back foot with a horizontal bat as Phillips moving to 6, 110 for 2.
Yeah, they're going to try and bowl away from Phillips, hitting slog sweep onside. Almost going exclusively across him there.
Another late finish on our hands here, John.
Yeah.
Well, that snapper and chip's going to have to wait, mate. 110 for 2 in the 11th over. Asalanka, the leg side catch call immediately turned down by umpire Brown. How do I know that? He's put the arms out and said that's a wide. So Asalanka and keeper will come together and have a little chat. I didn't hear anything, Braces, did you? That's just an optimistic off-spinner trying to burgle a dot ball, is it not?
Well, he's trying to avoid a wide. But it's too late. There's no point in discussing it once the wide's been given, and Chris is stuck with it because there's no challenge.
Oh, there's a big thud on our effects mic on the replay as we check the Bunnings Trade replay. Is that bat flicking pad on its way through? We might never know. 111 for 2 as Ravindra's cramped up, trying to create room outside of leg stump. Well bowled as the ball just followed him. Has to play with a straightish bat. Working through mid-on for a single. He's 55, 112 for 2.
And then given the Boxing Day test, we'll never know if it's right.
It was out. The massive deviation. I did find it slightly ironic, the Indian cricket community complaining about, well, if you're not going to trust technology completely, why have it? Here's a poor shot from Phillips, hitting uppish out towards deep cover. Needless. He's gone. And the part-timer, Asalanka, celebrates arms wide open. Yeah. Phillips has just picked out the field. He goes for 612 for 3.
Yeah, he went across Phillips 3 times. Finally tempted him. Phillips predominantly wanting to be an onside player. Hasn't been able to hold his shape there. Lofted it, really an easiest to catch down deep point stroke.
Well, the previous stroke, similar, wasn't he? We went back and just tried to accumulate through and sent the ball flying a long way in the air through cover point. This one's much squarer, got underneath it even more. I'm just not really sure where he's trying to hit that, John.
Yeah. Well, where he hit it is where he actually was aiming, funnily enough.
To the field.
Whereas actually he should probably be looking to hit it more to extra cover.
Yeah.
Because he's actually hit that on his back shoulder, so you just can't get it to extra cover from that point. You've got to make your contact point a little bit further forward.
So 81 without loss turns into 112 for 3. New Zealand is getting a little bit of a wobble here into the 11th over, and Daryl Mitchell comes out. Asalanka has 2. The exact same way. Charith Asalanka bowled Asalanka.
Round 3.
Goes into rhyming. There you go. You like that?
It's 2 damaging overs from the part-time off-spinner, really. He's just bowling sliders.
Mitchell, the right-hander, looks up and sees the off-spinner bowling around the wicket and towards off-stump, turned through the onside. Asalanka sprints off after, as is often the case in modern cricket, with the field out on the onside as it crept out towards the 30-metre circle. Just 1 run, Mitchell's underway.
So just straight away, he's bowled that ball a lot straighter to Mitchell. Whereas the Phillips, he bowled very, very wide, angling right across him.
Asalanka can't believe his luck, John. 3 T20 wickets prior to today. Here's 2 more. Now Ravindra smokes the ball back along the pitch, and as that hit the stumps, it has. And then Asalanka gathers the ball, throws back to the striker's end because Rachin Ravindra was wandering down the crease. And after all of that, a dot. 113 for 3. He didn't flick the bowler as he went down to field, hit the stumps. Mitchell was back in his crease, though. But he picked up the ball and threw it at the striker's end. 113 for 3. Worked off the front foot into the onside. They've got 1. They're going to come back for a second. No, they will not. Mitchell turns him down. Excellent by Wickramasinghe. The end of the 11th over, chasing 219. New Zealand are 114 for 3. The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki continues after this.
Swing across.
Long way away for New Zealand. They still need 105 runs. They got 54 balls available. Legal ones. 114 for 3. Ravindra's on 56 off 34, and he's on strike. As Theekshana back in with his right arm medium pacer / off spin. He bowls into the pads of Ravindra, who sweeps him uppishly back over the field, a deep backward square for 6. Another big blow. First ball of an over. He's really targeting the offies, or the spinners rather, braces, but that's probably again the line all wrong from Theekshana.
Yeah, he's just angled in and given him a free sweep. He's slightly top edge this actually, but carried a long way.
62 off 35, his fourth 6. 120 for 3. Theekshana none for 25 off 2.1. Again, leg side, swept away powerfully down towards the same part of the field. But that's Rajapaksa is there to field. So just one. And we're just having a look at that wide from the previous over on the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade. Well, the only man who knew what was going was Asalanka, because it has rubbed the left glove of Rachin Ravindra, who would have been out if they reviewed. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. 121 for 3 is a reverse sweep attempt by Mitchell outside of off stump to the buzzing off spinner. He's bowling at 101k, but a bounce takes it past the bat, well taken by the keeper.
Well, can we trust it?
Were you saying that sound could have come from anywhere?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure you can trust technology these days, and maybe we shouldn't have it in the game. 121 for 3, short wide of off stump, but that's clubbed away by Mitchell for a single. I think because not trusting technology led us to umpire's call with DRS, didn't it? Pretty sure that was from one nation in particular. We had a slight issue. 122 for 3. Don't worry, I'm not on the IPL circuit. I'm not cutting off my nose despite my face. 122 for 3. Yeah. Here's a lovely back cut by Ravindra. That beats the field. There's a short third man at a backward point. He split them. It's 4 more. And will that non-review prove very costly at the end of the day? He's up to 67. It's 126 for 3.
Yeah, otherwise known as the sycophant circuit.
Races is also not worried.
I'm not planning on visiting.
Yeah. 126 for 3.
No lawns to mow there.
Yeah, I didn't lose much sleep for them after that decision. 67. Here's a back cut. Square this time. Well placed, though, by Ravindra. Should come back for 2. Does so. 69 to his name. 128 for the loss of 2. The only problem with that decision was the team that profited was Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, which makes us slightly sycophant, doesn't it?
That makes us sick. To those listening on ECN in Australia, hello. Creechy with Will.
Yeah, we love
World Test Championship on the way, is it? Australia, South Africa? That'll be fun. That South African bowling attack will be licking their chops to the Australian top 6, won't they?
These guys are still in it.
England.
Isn't Sri Lanka still in it?
Yeah, they're still in it. But as always, people overlook Sri Lanka. They've done for eternity. Maybe it will prove to be 1996 all over again.
It's interesting. They've chased for years and years and years overseas coaches, and they pick up a local boy, and
they're going good.
They're going very good.
Just not in New Zealand. They have lost their last 19 games in New Zealand. Or sorry, haven't won their last 19 games. There was a tie and a draw, I think. Dragged down, pulled away through mid-on by Mitchell, moving to 3. It's 129 for the loss of 3. That's across T20s, one-day internationals, and test matches. The last one was the 31st of December 2015 in Nelson. One day. Now, Australia has secured their spot at the World Test Championship final with a victory in any of the 3 remaining tests they have. They play in Sydney against India.
And then Sri Lanka.
And Sri Lanka. Here's a wicket. Focus on the ball, Daniel, because it's Asalanka who now has career best figures. He's doubled his wicket total, and it's the big one. It's an enormous wicket. He's gone through Rachin Ravindra. He's trying to punch through the offside, and it's hit leg stump. Big moment. The skipper is ripping through the middle order.
It's just a skid ball, isn't it? Just pitching outside off stump, just coming back with the arm, taking middle. Ravindra just hadn't moved his feet. It was just a little too close for him to cut. Just caught him stuck on the crease, really. Which can happen in T20 cricket because you're trying to seat yourself to hit. And it's not in that right spot. And you're almost caught aborting the shot rather than actually contorting it.
So New Zealand losing their way braces just, at the similar stage of their innings, Sri Lanka were about to go absolutely crazy. Through overs 14 through to the end of the 18th, they picked up 8, 22, 14, 16 and 23. That is ugly if you're a New Zealand fan. And New Zealand have now lost 4 wickets and a lot of pressure on Macheath. Man of the match performance in Game 2 with that 41 not out. What's the chances Asalanka comes on and bowls a Magoogly first ball? Yeah. I would not be surprised if he's immediately brought on. But Hasaranga, my apologies, Asalanka, the off-spinner, the part-timer, had 3 T20 wickets prior to today, now has 3 in this game. And Ravindra filthy with himself, 129 for 4. Hay goes back and works a single through mid-on. No is the call from Mitchell, no attempt to come back. So scenario is 89 runs required, 45 balls remain.
So I need somebody to have a gem of an innings here. I was quite impressed with the way Hay played in that last game. It's made some lovely shots. Sliced across the ball a little bit when he went through the offside, but that found space. Once he'd worked out the leggy and started to sweep him as well.
Asalanka 3 for 19, halfway through his third over. Mitchell pulling away through mid-wicket. Has he found a gap? Oh, he has. Deep mid-wicket coming around to his left. That's Chamidu Mendis, the substitute fielder. Can't cut it off. Mitchell gets his first boundary. 7 to his name. It's 134 for 4, chasing 219.
So Mitchell's decided to play him off the back foot so he can bring the pull shot into play with the ball sliding across. When I say sliding across, he's coming round the wicket, he's pitching the ball on the stumps and going wider of the stumps. So it's almost like around the wicket arm balls.
6 runs off this over and a wicket, that of Rachin Ravindra. Goes wider of off stump, going back and playing the ball through the cover region is Mitchell. He's 835 for the loss of 4. Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Catch it. Hot deals on Suzuki wheels. Wickramasinghe's bowled 1. Thushara's bowled 2. So too is Binura Fernando. Asalanka, though, has done a brilliant job here. Last ball of his third over, turned away by Mitchell off the back foot through the onside for a single. That will take New Zealand to 136 for the loss of 4. 7 overs remain, chasing 219. The Summer of Cricket on Sports Nation with trade staff. New Zealand's flexible workforce continues after this. With Suzuki NZ, drive it home with Suzuki. This is the period of the innings where Sri Lanka were driving it home. Hasaranga starts a new over, starts with a googly to Hay first ball, swept away from outside of off stump. I think Hay was prepared for that. Worked down towards square leg, and there will be a single. He's 3, Mitchell 8. But these 4 overs brought 36. That's it. About 75, 76 runs.
Yeah, and the difference was it was in the middle of a partnership.
Yeah.
This is the start of a partnership. A lot harder to do.
And it was Asalanka who caught up with Perera. Perera really was leading the aggressiveness. Here's Mitchell down on the wicket, not quite to the pitch. Bars the ball away through mid-wicket for a single. He's 9, 138 for the loss of 4, chasing 219.
So all the guys out on the onside, Mitchell's able to come down the wicket whilst... If he doesn't quite get there, he can still chip it quite safely.
New Zealand need more than 2 a ball. Hayes on strike. He gets a low full toss. He works it uppishly into the deep. Should only be 1 as it's returned.
got away with that full toss. Hay just got a little bit close to it, so he couldn't get a good, decent bat swing on it. Went down the line of the ball rather than inside the line of the ball where he could free his arms.
Asalanka bowls very wide of off stump and hit uppishly back over the bowler's head, quite straight by Mitchell. One, they'll think about a second, but good fielding in the deep. Getting the ball back and quickly next to the stumps means the New Zealand pair have to stay at their respective ends. Sri Lanka, no, a single. Just sees that required rate tick up a bit. 140 for the loss of 4. Asalanka gets straight and paddled around the corner for at least one. Wait on is the call. They'll come back.
It's good running from Hay because he's got to get out of the sweep shot.
Yeah, Rajapaksa, you wouldn't say, is the quickest across the turf, and they challenged him, and they are rewarded 142 for 4. 77 off 37, that is the scenario. Commentary of the third T20 thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing to Mighty Apes. Here's Hay hitting down the ground, powerfully so, but too sweetly to come back for a second. Just one to his name, he's 7. 143 for the loss of 4. That is the end of the over.
Celebrating the greatest New Zealand cricketers of all time thanks to Kiwi.
You'll ever see. Take a Brisbane bow, Kane Williamson.
This is Celebrating Kiwi. This is Kiwi Bank.
Commentary the third T20 International thanks to Mighty 8. Mighty Mobile, get 50% off pre-paying plans for 12 months. T&Cs apply. Robinson 37, Chapman 9, Phillips 6. The last to go, Rachin Ravindra bowled for 69. Hay hitting uppishly back past the bowler. Asalanka could add 4 there because that has travelled, around ankle height. He's got down quickly and to his right, but I think it was just past him. But it was close.
I think it blasted through him.
Check the Bunnings Trade replay thanks to Bunnings Trade. And that has gone quite quickly, low and to the right. You're right. You might be right. Has he got all fingers there?
He's not ringing them, so he's all right.
Yeah. He's just rolling them. He's not turning it a long way, but he's done a brilliant job. 3 for 26. Hit straight down the ground. I mean, straight as you could possibly wish for. Daryl Mitchell.
Signature shot?
He loves it there. It is a signature shot. You are so right. He's 16 with his first 6. Just an under cut-off spinner. And how's that treated with contempt? An 89-metre straight 6 by Mitchell, taking New Zealand beyond 150. Asalanka's thinking to himself, I shouldn't have bowled a 4, should I? 3 for 27 off 3 is pretty good. What's he going to go for here? Because I sense Mitchell's going to come at him.
I think
he's a part-timer after all. I know he's picked up 3 wickets. But I'm not sure they would have spent a lot of time in the team meeting about Asalanka's bowling. Now they've had a sight. Mitchell waits deep in the crease. Now pulls high over wide, long on. Another 6. And it's dropped in the crowd again. Nelson, have some self-respect. The catching in the crowd has been woeful. 156 for 4.
That's a better shot from Mitchell going onto the back foot. Pulling him wide as he's gone across him again. Smart batting. Knows it's going to be that slider. No, it's going to be a bit flatter.
Yeah.
He's outread the bowler there.
That man in the stand wearing a Gronk shirt. Hands like that. Terrible. 3rd in a row for Mitchell. Is it over long on? Yes, sailing high to the right of the sight screen. Asalanka's now definitely shouldn't have bowled this on. 162 for 4.
I made one mistake in that match.
Damn it. I'm a part-timer. Mitchell, 3 straight 6s. Game takes a little twist here. Mitchell's 28 off 11. 28 off 11. 57 off 32. Sounds far more palatable for New Zealand. Asalanka's figures now are wretched. 3 for 44 off 3.4 overs. Not even sure he wants to bowl this ball. He'll continue around the wicket, so no change there. Mitchell sitting very deep in the crease, goes further back, and he's going for 4. Has he got it? Oh, yes, the sails over the sight screen. 6, 6, 6, 6 for Daryl Mitchell. He's 34, and all of a sudden it's 168 for 4.
It's just a repeat, rinse and repeat. He's just gone across them again, too full, too straight. Daryl Mitchell will be able to climb through it again on the front foot.
It's bonkers.
Nice for Mitchell, though. He hasn't gone looking for another shot. He's just gone, I'm going to back myself down the ground.
You don't know, does he, do you? 168 for 4. Abba, on the other hand, 1 ball remaining in the 15th over. Huge over this for New Zealand. And a swing and a miss. That could be a wide. Mitchell's, how's that not a wide? Well, the mercy rule, I don't know. It definitely drifted outside the line from this one New Zealand eye open.
Well, your ANZ fan
Sri Lanka's over finishes 15 gone, 168 for 4.
At Magnus Benro, we've been supplying the best appliances at the best prices for 3 legendary generations.
Nearly 4 generations, Papa.
And I was thinking maybe it's time to freshen things up.
You're making me nervous.
Picture this, Magnus Benro, best appliances are just the beginning.
I think that's someone else's policy, Papa.
Where everyone gets an appliance.
Pretty sure that's taken too.
Live, laugh, Magnus Benro.
Keep working on it, Papa.
How about Magnus Benro, where legends are made?
Love it.
Right, you got it.
Commentary of this third T20 international thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. Daryl Mitchell did a lot of swinging, not across, but straight. He hit 4 straight sixes. 3 as straight as you would like, then 1 over wideish mid-on, a huge over, and here's the start of the 16th, and what a response. Hasaranga has gone through, and he's bowled. Thought he'd worked it onto the onside. He's played across the line. It's stuck between back pad. And again, he can't pick the googly.
Which is unusual for a wicketkeeper, isn't it?
I'm not sure there's many around the domestic circle who spin the wrong in as much as Hasaranga does. They needed that. They needed that because momentum had swung back to New Zealand, braces.
Yeah, most front-on leggies, which he is, tend to telegraph their wrong in reasonably well because they become quite chest-on. So it's almost their go-to ball, and an easy one to spot. That's a vital breakthrough. I think Hay thought he was going to get in on the Mitchell act and keep the momentum. New Zealand still got plenty of batting, but Santner to come after this.
Well, Sri Lanka know that. They know what Michael Bracewell can do to them. He hit 59 off 33 with 4 4s and 4 6s in game number 1. And alongside Daryl Mitchell, had a very fine hand in resurrecting the New Zealand innings. They were struggling at that stage at 65 for 5 when Hay was bowled by Rogan from Hasaranga. Under similar circumstances, but not completely the same. Hasaranga got rid of Hay with a googly, bowled. But New Zealand 168 for the loss of 5. 51 runs required, 29 balls remain. The right-hander replaced by the left-hander as Bracewell pushing forward, getting the ball through mid-wicket for a single 169 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, if New Zealand can get this down to chasing 30 off the last 3, and they're very, very much in the match. So they can't afford to lose too much momentum. Bracewell's job is to give Mitchell as much of the strike as possible while he gets in.
Mitchell is in. He's 34 off 13. 4 straight sixes off the previous over. Now cutting the ball away to backward point. He won't get a run here. Rare dot ball in the last few overs. An important one for Sri Lanka and Hasaranga.
Well bowled by Hasaranga, going back of a length to Mitchell, a little bit flatter.
Goes wide of off stump, and again playing a cut stroke. He's hit it forward of the backward point this time for a single. 170 for the loss of 5. Mitchell to 35.
Smart piece of bowling that. He's just gone wide, slow, allowing the cut shot. It's what they call a get-off strike shot delivery. Just smart. Certainly not going to bowl into Daryl Mitchell's wheelhouse, which is anywhere close to the stumps.
Asalanka taking his time, now moves in from over the wicket bowling to Bracewell, who hits powerfully to extra cover. Oh, what a catch! It's a flying effort from the skipper. Asalanka had no right to take that catch, but he has. And Bracewell departs for one. It's 170 for 6. Oh, what a moment.
Yeah, this is a great catch. Because Bracewell's absolutely nailed this. Beautiful full stretch dive to his left. Other things that change whole games of cricket. New Zealand will be ruining the opportunities they missed.
I love how Hasaranga's gone into his sort of wicket celebration. It's like, mate, cover. That wicket should go to cover. Asalanka should have 4. Full length. The only thing you say, it's a good height, isn't it? Sort of that waist height, so when you full stretch, it's at a nice height, yet sort of hands in front of your eyes. But it was motoring, and he's held on to it. And the very dangerous Bracewell stays a short one, gone for 1. Sri Lanka, you'd have to say, in the box seat here now. New Zealand running out of wickets as the captain, Mitchell Santner, arrives alongside Daryl Mitchell. 1 ball remaining in this, the 16th over. 49 more runs needed, 25 balls remain.
Yeah, I think while Daryl Mitchell's there, still hope. You're just against the odds a little bit now in terms of the percentage of win opportunities. And if while Daryl Mitchell, he can take a game down quite quickly. That is a wonderful catch. Because actually it was leaving him. So he's had to dive away from himself as well.
Hasaranga 2 for 38 now, and he bowls a beauty to Santner. How's he not been bowled? Is it at the pad? Is it at the bat? It's hit the keeper, and it's gone a short third man. I'm baffled. I'm confused. What a googly that is from Hasaranga. Beauty to end the over. 170 for 6.
New wheels? Get yourself one of these hot deals, thanks to Suzuki.
Coordination with trade staff, use our workers to get the job done. Taiwan in Nelson, 49 runs New Zealand need from the final 4 overs. Have you figured out what happened the last ball of the last over bases yet?
Just an unread wronging again by all of us.
Did he hit it? Did it hit the pad?
It has to have, surely.
Did it rub off stump? It was.
There would have been an appeal, surely. It's
completely squared up, was Santner. So Thushara back into the attack. He was good, bowling a death link early, and for 14 off 2, and he tries to start full and wide Yorker. He's just got the length a touch wrong. Mitchell's trying to sort of ramp it over point, but he can't catch up with it. A dot ball to start the 17th.
Yeah, it's a good piece of bowling, this, going wide, full. As again, they're trying to stay away from the hitting arc of Daryl Mitchell. Almost happy at this stage for him to get a 1 or get a 2. Boundaries are the only thing that's going to hurt them.
Bouncing in, right arm paceman. Mitchell's gone across the stumps, hits high towards long off. He's got underneath it, and the catch will be taken. Regulation. He hit it straight enough, just didn't get the power, and Mitchell's stay is over.
Yeah,
he's overstayed his welcome. Gone for 35 off 17 braces, 170 for 7.
Yeah, he's just caught the outside middle of the bat there and the toe in. He hasn't quite got it. He got himself into a good position to chase the wider ball, getting himself outside off stump. Just didn't quite make the contact. I think it's probably New Zealand's last best hope of winning this match. Put up a great fight for a long time, but haven't been able to hold those partnerships together since the dismissal of Ravindra, really.
That's true. That is true. Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Catch it. Hot deals on Suzuki wheels. Catch it. It was Chamidu Mendis. His second catch as a substitute fielder. 2 braces point win. Rachin Ravindra was dismissed. New Zealand were 129 for 4 in the 13th over. And then wickets falling at 168. And that wicket was straight after Daryl Mitchell had taken 26, I think, off an over.
Yeah.
And then Bracewell to a brilliant catch 4 balls later, and then 3 balls later, Daryl Mitchell gone.
Yeah, it's the wickets that have killed them, not the run rate. That's what happens with big chases.
Here is the right arm paceman bowling full and wide to Foulkes. I got my Chamindu's mixed up. It was not Chamidu Mendis that took the catch, it was Chamidu Wickramasinghe at long off. He's got 3 overs available. He bowled the first over. This is Thushara's third. Binura Fernando has got 2 remaining. Theekshana has got 1 remaining. Hasaranga has bowled out, 4 overs, 2 for 38. And Asalanka, 4 overs, 3 for 50. And he's done. Thushara, 1 for 15. He bowls full, hitting the pad of Foulkes, who was right across the stumps, trying to sort of paddle them around the corner, thuds into the middle of the pad. They've got a leg by, 172 for 7.
He's hit it outside off stump with a full toss, trying to just scoop it around the corner. He's actually in the right spot, but unfortunately he just collected his pad.
Just getting a replay of these 3 wickets that have fallen for just 2 runs. 168 for 4, turned into 170 for the loss of 7. You're listening to the coverage of the third T20 thanks to Mighty 8. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. 2 new players, and that's the problem. As John Bracewell perfectly summarised a while ago, when Sri Lanka were going at their very best, they had 2 set batsmen. And when they pushed the accelerator, boy, did they what. 172 for 7 as Thushara from over the wicket. In again, full of effort. Yorker underneath the bat and just passed off stump as Mitchell Santner can't catch up.
Can't hit that for 6. Beautiful Yorker, tailing away. Well executed.
It did tail away, Braces, eagle-eyed. He swung them away from the right-hander in his first spell. Now he just swung that one away from the left-hander.
Yeah, so it's not actually reverse. It's underspinning it. So you pull him down, and you have basically like a frisbee. You can get the ball to go in the direction of the seam.
Is it again? Slightly over-pitched, club through mid-off, 1 bounce to the field, single. That will do if you're a Sri Lankan fan. New Zealand need to go at a far brisker rate. 173 for the loss of 7. We're in the 18th over, chasing 219.
Mitchell Starc is actually very good at it. All of a sudden, he doesn't really bowl it as an outswinger to a right-hander. He actually has almost a saucepan shape on the ball, so it's on a 45-degree angle, pulling down hard on it, and gets the back spin to make it swing.
46 off 19, that's the equation for New Zealand. Here's Foulkes running the ball past short third man, down to the fence for 4, a big barrel boundary, nicely played. He's off the mark with a 4, 177 for 7. Off the final 3 overs, New Zealand need 42.
New wheels? Get yourself one of these hot deals, thanks to Suzuki.
Of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Catch it. Hot deals on Suzuki wheels. Chasing 219 for their highest ever run chase in T20 Internationals. New Zealand find themselves 42 runs short of that target. 18 balls remain. 177 for the loss of 7. We're going to see Binura Fernando back into the attack. Left arm medium fast bowling to the New Zealand captain Mitchell Santner. Left arm quick, left arm batting short, wide of off stump, dragged through mid-wicket, straight to the field. Rajapaksa returns swiftly, and they'll only get a single, 178 for 7.
Just shows you the damage of those 3 wickets and the off-spinner picking up those wickets. Is that New Zealand have always been with the rate. If we hadn't lost those wickets, we would only be chasing probably 30 at most in the last 3 overs, which in the end, everybody gets that. If wickets in hand, you've lost all your big strikers, you're in trouble.
Foulkes on strike. He's on 4. Right-hander waits and hits the ball high through wideish mid-on into a gap. 1 bounce, 4. That's sweetly struck. Premeditated, deep in the crease, goes outside off and points the left armour to the onside into a gap. Well played. He's 8. It's 182 for 7.
He's done this really well. He's got himself into position quite early to be able to baseball bat it across into that open space at wide mid-wicket.
Long chase
Very
around.
good shot. Hasn't tried to overhit it.
Yeah, from deep mid-wicket, diving across to his right on the Bunnings Trade replay. Got a hand. Couldn't keep it in. Thanks to Bunnings Trade, 182 for 7. Binura Fernando has 1 for 28. This is his 3rd over. He'll continue to operate over the wicket, and here's a wide Yorker. Foulkes had gone even wider and tried to scoop it from halfway, from outside of off to the edge of the pitch, back over the keeper's head. Not sure that is a high percentage stroke. Well bowled though, it's all about the length. Very tough to get that away, 182 for 7 it remains.
Yeah, and the line, he's gone wide of the crease again, he's gone angled across him. Hard to scoop that.
If he's going to go wide of off stump, he's going to follow him, Braces. What will he do here? He stays in his crease and and that's the bluff, Braces. He stayed in his crease. It was pushed by Binura Fernando across.
Only one bluff?
Yeah, but from the batter.
Yeah, but not a double bluff?
No, not a double bluff. Because if it was a double bluff, he would have gone across outside of off stump. Yeah. Well done by Foulkes. Didn't reveal his hand. Oh, that's enough poker talk. 183 for 7 after that wide. Required rate, 14.4 and over, if you're into that type of description. Fernando bouncing in once more. Left arm, quack bowls, full and wide, perfect bowling. It's it just inside that wide line. It's it just beyond the popping crease. Can't get much elevation from that. And Foulkes couldn't get any bat on a dot ball.
Yeah, they've bowled away from the swing quite well during this match, especially at critical times. You know, a dot ball at this stage is just so vital. You can risk the wide. Just stay out there.
36 runs needed from 14 balls. So 1 for dot wide dot. Folks, 8 off 5. Fernando moves in again. Length ball swinging across the line, but swinging and missing as Foulkes. That was there to hit, has to be said. 183 for 7 it will remain. Just guilty as Braces checks the Bunnings Trade replay. Thanks to Bunnings Trade of trying it that too square, is it?
Yeah, and he's run his fingers across that just to take some pace out of it, and he's halfway through the swing as it's come at him. Trouble with tail enders, they just don't get enough practice at that waiting for slower balls.
Same stage, Sri Lanka with 200 for the loss of 4.
They're spending most of their practice delivering them.
Last ball of the 18th, Foulkes waits, goes across the stumps again, trying to paddle. Is that rubbed off the glove? It's carried to the keeper. Fernando was appealing. It's going to be a dot ball and a very good over with 4 dot balls out of 5 to end. That's the end of the over. New Zealand 183 for 7, chasing 219. Summer of Cricket on Sports Nation with Trade Staff continues after this short break.
New wheels? Get yourself one.
International on Sport Nation with Mighty Ape. Mighty Mobile, get 50% off prepay plans for 12 months. T's and C's apply. Thushara to continue the 19th of the innings, 183 for 7. New Zealand need 36 off the final 12 balls. Santner gets a wide Yorker. Hits the ball straight through mid-on for a single. Well, they finished their innings well with the bat. braces, they've bowled very well here at the death, especially the two quicks, hitting that very difficult Yorker length, which comes with some risk.
Yeah, and the changes of pace. But the changes of pace are less risk against tail-enders, and that's one of the reasons I say is because they don't face it enough. They're the ones delivering it, and the dog thrower is really, really difficult.
184 for 7, hit high through mid-wicket, more up than long, and it's going to pitch in front of the deep mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2. Foulkes is a good athlete. They'll come back for 2. 186 for the loss of 7, and for those who are very concerned about cricketers throwing dogs, please explain.
Well, the dog thrower is an implement that they use now, so it's a dog throwing ball thing.
It's like a sling.
Yeah, a sling. It's a slinger.
Yeah,
basically.
They don't hurl puppies.
No.
To Daryl Mitchell to spank
if you
straight
see them
down
in the
ground.
park, they hurl balls so puppies can go and chase them.
That's it. 186 for 7. Foulkes on 10. Thushara right arm, medium fast. Bowls a Yorker. She's hit that length brilliantly today. They'll get 2 through point, will they? The throw came in. If it hit, he would have been gone. It didn't. They get home. 188 for the loss of 7. Foulkes to 12.
And good operators with a dog thrower throwing to tail-enders, which they generally face a lot of. They can throw pace on, they can throw Yorkers, they can throw swingers. Very difficult to throw slow balls out of a dog thrower. Generally end up in beamers or double bounces, things like that, because it gets stuck in it. Because there's an ideal release point.
I would have thought if you're going to throw a dog, you want to do it fast, yeah. 188 for the loss of 7. 31 off 9 for New Zealand. Short wide of off stump. That's going to help. That's going to be a wide. Umpire Chris Brown kicks the arms out one time. He goes away from that Yorker length. He drags it down, gets it horribly wrong. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Driving home with Suzuki.
So you see it with Foulkes here a lot. He's getting set up to hit, but he's set up for quick balls. His hands, once the ball's released, he's halfway through the shot. Just hasn't had enough practice of keeping his hands back. He looks as though he's quite a good bat.
He's a good all-round cricketer, no doubt about that. 189 for 7. He bends at the knee, goes across the stumps, trying to play that delicate lap shot. I think he's 0 for 3 on that one. It gets a bit of front pad, and it's gone to short third man for a leg by. 190 for the loss of 7. 29 more 8 balls remain. New Zealand need boundaries and quick.
Yeah, and that little fliddle around the corner, you're wondering what the percentages are fairly low from that far outside off stump. He needs to have an offside ramp as well.
It's more of a paddle sweep. He's not trying to ramp it, is he? He's playing with a sort of cross bat.
Yeah.
Trying to run it off the face.
And it's getting under the angle of the bat almost, because the bat's at 45 degrees.
29 off 8 for New Zealand. That's the target. Thushara in again. 1 for 26. 2 balls remaining in a spell. He bowls wide outside of off stump. That's hit high over cover for 6. Hasaranga around to his right. Didn't get there in time. It's only crossed the boundary by a yard or 2, but a much-needed 6 for New Zealand and the skipper.
If they hit the next ball for 6, it's game on. The optimist said.
Thushara's just sullied his record a touch. He's gone the Yorker again, wide Yorker, and he's just overpitched, allowing Santner to free the arms, and it is 6. 23 off 7. 196 for the loss of 7. Thushara, the last ball of the over. He's in again, short, and it's clubbed away through mid-wicket, but that should be just 1 as Nissanka gets the throw in. That is the end of the over. 197 for the loss of 7. Coverage of the third T20 thanks to Mighty 8. Swing across to Mighty 8 continues after this break.
New week.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki. 1 over remains. 22 runs needed for New Zealand and Sri Lanka, who have been sloppy with the over rate, again are paying a price. Umpire Brown has signalled you must have one extra inside the circle for the last over. So there's a little advantage for New Zealand. Still a long way to go, 22 runs to be exact. Brace is shaking his head next to me. Can't believe it. 197 for 7. Santner on strike. He's 10 off 7. It will be Binura Fernando. 1 for 29 off 3 overs. Left arm quick, bowl short. Top edge on the pull. Can someone get underneath that? I don't think so. It's going to land on the 30-metre circle. They'll come back for 2. 2 means 20 from 5, 199 for 7.
Yeah, he's just tried to overhit this Mitchell Santner off-pace bouncer. They're high on the bat. Once again, the off-pace out of the wicket. Just a bit much for the lower order batters to handle.
20 more runs from 5 balls for New Zealand. Can they make it a 3-0 clean sweep now in lovely conditions in Nelson? A delayed start, rainy morning, bright sunshine now. Yorker very well bowled, inside edge, trickling to short fine leg. Can't do much with that. Mitchell Fernando thinks to himself a single. Brings New Zealand to 200 for the loss of 7, 19 off 4.
So there's still a chance?
You're telling me there's a chance, Braces, eh? Commentary of the second T20 Internet, third rather, thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. New Zealand need a mighty finish here, Braces. Who thinks it's possible? 19 off 4. Foulkes on strike.
It's like an all-black trial, isn't it? Possibles versus probables.
Everything's a rugby game in your mind, isn't it, Braces? Some contact. I need some contact. Grab a tackle bag. All right, Fernando's looking very calm. Right, third man's going back, or deep point, or backward points, gone out to the boundary. Mid-off's up, all right? From over the wicket, he bowls wide outside of off stump. Is that called wide? Mr. Haig, umpire Haig. Oh, eye for the dramatic. He took his time. He was about to get slaughtered in the Sport Nation commentary box because that was a no-doubter, pushing right across. Want to maybe once more get outside of Foulkes, has been going outside of off stump. A wide means 18 off 4. Sri Lankan fans on their feet, a little bit nervy. Oh, so well supported wherever they go. Can Binura Fernando hold his nerve? 18 off 4. He bowls to Foulkes, who hits powerfully, but along the ground through cover point. They got 1, should come back for 2. The throw's coming into the keeper's end, but Foulkes is back. 18, now down to 16. 3 balls remain. 1 more.
It's a super over on. Super over.
Have we not spent enough time together today?
2 sixes.
Snapper and
2
chips
sixes
away.
and a 4.
Times the fish and chip shop, so. 16 off 3. Binura Fernando looping in. Easy approach. Bowls in the slot. Hit high over mid-off. 4, 6 runs. John Bracewell. 10 needed. 2 balls remain. Foulkes to 20.
That's a glorious shot. It's the first time he stood still, gone down the ground rather than trying to be a little bit funky. Working around the corners, taking pace off, but he's waited. Beautiful shot.
Oh, he held the post too, didn't he? He knew.
Yeah.
Held it for the cameras. 209 for 7. A nice knock by Foulkes. He's 20 off 12. He closed game number 1 well with the ball, didn't he? Don't tell me he's going to close the series with the bat. 10 off 2. Saxton Oval on their feet. Hit powerfully down the ground. Very well bowled. Hard length to get underneath. And only a single. Binura Fernando is delivered when it was most needed. And as they've done often, at Yorker length has been the winning trick for Sri Lanka. So 9 needed off the last ball. So just bowl it from behind the umpire. 210 for 7.
Yeah, just keep it in the tram lines.
Sri Lankan fans know their drought in New Zealand might be coming to an end. They haven't won since the 31st of December 2015. Guess where? Nelson. Binura Fernando bowls short, slow ball, pulled high through mid-wicket. It's going to pitch inside the 30-metre circle. New Zealand will come back for 2. No, they won't. They'll just decide, nah, it's over. It's not worth it. And Sri Lanka win the third and final T20 International in this 3-match series by 7 runs, defending their very impressive 218 for 5. New Zealand, John Bracewell gave it a really good nudge, especially early, thanks to Robinson and Ravindra.
Yeah, but it proved that wickets matter, and New Zealand just lost too many wickets during the middle phase trying to keep up with that run rate. But, I mean, credit to Sri Lanka, the way they batted, the way they mastered the pace of the wicket so early on. All of them basically got to grips with the surface and the New Zealand bowlers, and they set a target that was just too much for New Zealand to chase. As well as New Zealand did chase, it was too much for them to chase. When you're losing wickets, you're losing games.
Thoughts of John Bracewell. We'll get more analysis from him. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff use our workers to get the job done. Sri Lanka win for the first time in a long, long time in New Zealand. I think that's their first win in 20 games across all forms of the international cricket against the Black Caps. And thanks in large, really, to Perera. We'll highlight his magnificent effort with the bat after this break, scoring his maiden T20 100. Well done to Sri Lanka. They win by 7 runs in Nelson. Stay with us, plenty more to come.
New wheels? Get yourself one of these hot deals thanks to